I'd like to call to order this special meeting of the Glendora City Council. All council members are present. I'd like to welcome those who are joining us via Zoom. Before I open the public comment, I'll invite the city attorney to read the closed session title into the record.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council, and any who may be joining us virtually. City Council has a very busy closed session today. There are several items on its closed session agenda, which I will summarize as follows. The City Council will meet in closed session to discuss one matter of pending litigation to which the city is a party. The title of that litigation is Carrasco versus the City of Glendora, United States District Court for the Central District of California, case number CV 05965. City Council will also meet in closed session with its labor negotiators to discuss ongoing labor negotiations with AFSCME, Glendora Management Association, and the Glendora Police Management Association. And finally, the City Council will meet in closed session regarding several items of real property negotiations. Each of the properties which are subject to those negotiations are listed on the closed session agenda, either by their common street address or their assessor parcel number, or both. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. With that, I will open public comment for anyone wishing to speak on these closed session items. Do we have anyone that has raised their hand on Zoom or any email correspondence that we've received?
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, we have no one with a raised hand icon, Zoom participants, and no public comments that have been received.
Okay, thank you. Seeing none, then I will close public comment and convene the meeting into closed session at 5:02 p.m.
Testing, 1, 2, testing.
Good evening. We're going to reconvene the meeting back into open session, and I will ask the city attorney to report out from closed session. Mr. Winder.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council, ladies and gentlemen present in our audience, and those who may be participating electronically. City Council had a number of items on its closed session agenda. With respect to the first item, one matter of pending litigation to which the city is a party. Title of the litigation is Carrasco, versus City of Glendora, United States District Court for the Central District of California, case number CV 05965. There was a privileged and confidential briefing. City Attorney's Office apprised that the parties have reached tentative settlement subject to overall review and approval by the Independent Cities Risk Management Authority, which will occur at a later date, and we'll report back to the council if and when final action is taken on that. The city council met with its labor negotiators to discuss ongoing labor negotiations with the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, the Glendora Management Association, the Glendora Police Management Association. Again, staff provided a privileged and confidential briefing, and the council unanimously gave staff further negotiating direction and negotiating authority. City Council also met and conferred with respect to a number of real property negotiations. The first property is the Dale Road property. There was a privileged and confidential briefing there. There was direction given to the council. The vote on that direction with 3 ayes, with Councilmember Alawas voting no and the Mayor Pro Tem abstaining. There was also a second briefing regarding the so-called McGuey property. Again, there was a privileged and confidential briefing. Negotiating authority was given to staff on a 3-to-1 vote, with Councilmember Alawas voting no and the Mayor Pro Tem abstaining. Finally, there was a privileged and confidential briefing regarding several property parcels who are identified by their assessor parcel number. And again, there was a privileged and confidential briefing. Of negotiating or other authority was granted to the city staff on a 3-to-1 vote, with Councilmember Alawas voting no and the Mayor Pro Tem abstaining. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. With that, I will adjourn our special meeting at 7:05 and call to order our regular meeting of the Glendora City Council. Tonight, we welcome you and also welcome those who are joining us via Zoom. We just ask for the consideration of everyone here, if you could silence your cell phones or put it on vibrate. All council members are present, and tonight, to begin our meeting, our invocation will be led by Pastor Ike Graham of Foothill Christian Church, and our Pledge of Allegiance will be read by Whitcomb's principal, Ron Letourneau. So with that, I invite Pastor Graham. Welcome. Hello.
Welcome. Thank you for the honor. There is no secret ceremonial magic in my words, but God did leave us some instructions. Jeremiah 29:7, he says, seek the welfare of the city that you sent us and pray to the Lord on its behalf, for in its welfare, you will find your welfare. Proverbs 3:6, in all your ways, acknowledge him and he will make your paths straight. So let's do that. Let's pray. Thank you, God, for this building and this leadership team. Thank you for sustaining Glendora through this year. Thank you for all the people in this town who have lived quiet and responsible lives that have aided that. Forgive us, Lord, when we who cannot even control our own peace or our own health in our own lives do not give you thanks and credit for all that we have, and forgive us when we don't trust you when those things are taken. Among us are some who are anxious, some eager, some with complaints, and some with a listening ear. Lord, would you give everyone here patience with each other tonight, please? And as you are kind, let us be kind. Remind everyone here of their higher unity, what we all have in common, and that is to serve and seek the welfare of Glendora. Bond us in that purpose, God. Lastly, give our council, Karen Davis, Michael Alawas, David Friedendahl, Gary Boyer, and Mendel Thompson, clarity and wisdom beyond their extensive experience for the good of Glendora. You knew all the many who would be here tonight. So help it go according to plan and expeditiously. We ask this of the Father, through the authority of the Son, and by the power of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Would you all please rise? Place your hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Graham, and thank you, Mr. Letourneau. That takes us to our student reports. We're so excited tonight to be welcoming our students back. We will start from Glendora High School, Lavana Chen. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Davis and esteemed City Council members. My name is Lavina Chen, and I will be reporting on behalf of Glendora High School. Glendora High got off to a busy start, beginning the school year with scheduled pickup week and ending in a successful freshman orientation held by Link Crew. On the first day of school, ASB students were handing out GHS colored starbursts and had bubbles and fun music to welcome back Tartans. GHS kicked off August with a welcome week with our Howdy Assembly and Howdy Dance, which was a huge success in welcoming our new incoming freshmen and returning students. Both events were well attended, and ASB has done a wonderful job in creating an environment of community. On September 27th, Club Rush kicked off and continued until that Wednesday, with over 60 clubs offering Tartans the opportunity to join and get involved. There are a wide range of clubs that support a diverse atmosphere to ensure that there is a place for everybody on our campus. Glendora High ASB also just concluded their homecoming week. To set the tone of homecoming, ASB hosted a Spirit Week competition, which created a united atmosphere with a hint of rivalry that stirred one of the most participated Spirit Weeks ever at GHS. We also had our homecoming assembly, which students enjoyed as there were student games, teacher games, a dance, and the reveal of our homecoming king. Then later in the afternoon, ASB organized the parade that went through downtown Glendora. It was packed as members of our community came together to see our GHS pep, football team, homecoming princesses, class floats, and many more walk through the parade. To continue the festivities, that night was our homecoming game, which was our highest attendance so far this season. The homecoming queen was crowned at halftime, and our varsity football team took home a big win. Saturday was the last for our homecoming events as ASB hosted our homecoming dance on our GHS campus. With 1,497 students in attendance, it is the largest attended dance ever at our school's history. Reports are still coming in, but word is all around campus that there was something for everyone and everyone had a great time. Most of all, our teachers and admin team made sure the event was safe and that a good time was had by all. And Glendora Tartans have kicked off fall sports. We have had many GHS students and community members come and support our teams home and away. Show Choir just had a Zumba fundraiser on September 22nd to raise money for their program, which had a really good attendance. Drama is holding auditions for their musical Little Shop of Horrors. Currently, the marching band is preparing for competition season and are actively involved in our home football games, performing at halftime. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next from Charter Oak High School, Viviana Salazar. Welcome.
Greetings, Mayor Davis and the Glendora City Council. I am Viviana Salazar, and thank you for this opportunity to share the amazing things that are happening at Charter Oak High School. This year, we welcomed many new faculty and office members into our Charter Oak family. To begin with, our district has placed a large emphasis on student safety, and one of the areas of improvement is with the addition of 3 more campus safety assistants to add to our total of 5 safety assistants across our campus. Our team of counselors has been completely reconstructed, and we welcome 3 brand new counselors who are dedicated to making sure our students are prepared for life after high school. We also welcome 2 new math teachers, an English teacher, and a social science teacher to our faculty. We kick off the school year with a back-to-school luau for our students to come and enjoy quality time with one another before our amazing school year. Our freshman and parent orientation and back-to-school night were well attended, where parents met our counselors, teachers, and administrative team. And we have now completed our first grading period of the 2022-2023 school year. So we have parent conferences scheduled for Monday, October 3rd from 10 a.m. to
1 p.m., and 3 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. We are also looking forward to several more upcoming events. Tomorrow evening, our Charter Oak ASB is hosting Charge It Up, which is our annual fall night rally, where students can cheer and compete in games representing their graduating class and culminates in the announcement of our 2022 homecoming court. This Friday, our principal, Mr. Doltz, is hosting Donuts with Doltz, where he encourages parents to sit down and have open conversations with him regarding their thoughts on Charter Oak High School. Doors will open in the cafeteria at 7:30 a.m. to join him. On Friday, October 7th, at the Lou Farrar Stadium, we welcome future Chargers and their families to attend the varsity football game and the pre-game festivities before they take on Mariana High School that night. Special tickets are available through our elementary school offices. Finally, our homecoming game is against Bonita High School and is scheduled for Friday, October 27th, and our homecoming dance is scheduled for Saturday, October 28th at Central Park in Rancho Cucamonga. And finally, our COHS dramas program, Mamma Mia, has shows on sale for October 7th, the 8th, and the 13th through the 15th. Information on show times and tickets can be found in our bulletin through our school website. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, from Whitcomb High School, Desiree Pimentel. Welcome, Desiree.
Hi, good evening, City Council members. My name is Desiree Pimentel, and it's an honor to be here representing Whitcomb High School. I'll be sharing these duties along with GUSD school board meetings by alternating with my classmate Josh Medell throughout the school year. Our school has expanded this year. We have brought in 2 new programs to the Whitcomb campus. The program is called SAIL, which stands for Social Academic Independent Living. There are plans underway for the next year to expand on the ATP Adult Transition Program, as well as opening classrooms for our students with severe autism. As for Whitcomb itself, we currently have 66 students attending. Our leadership class has been busy providing our students with various spirit days and activities since the beginning of the year. After dealing with all the health issues over the last couple of years, the students are doing everything possible along with the staff to bring back the school spirit that was present before COVID. Also, the leadership class and the school counselor are currently working on plans for a Red Ribbon Week, which will be held at the end of next month. Like Wellness Week, the staff and students take this week very seriously and really focus on talking with the students, both individually and as groups. Ms. Shook is meeting with various event coordinators to discuss the possibilities of holding our prom at their facility. This is one of those events that disappeared during the pandemic, which is why we are excited about the prospect of its return. We held our own version of homecoming last Friday. There was no football game, but we had a couple activities after lunch and crowned both king and queen at the event. Our incredible PTA and staff provided snacks for this event. Finally, I'm happy to report that Whitcomb just learned that Ashley Paddock, one of our graduating seniors from last year, was accepted to Azusa Pacific University and will be attending school there in the spring. For those who are not familiar with the name, Ashley was one of our outstanding student speakers at last year's graduation ceremony. This concluded my school report. Once again, thank you for allowing me to be here.
Thank you very much, Desiree. Great job. Next, from St. Lucie Priory High School, returning again this year, Miss Olivia Risk. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor Davis and esteemed City Council members. I am Olivia Risk, and I am happy to serve for my second year as a student representative of St. Lucie's Priory High School. We are grateful for the opportunity to share all about our school community with you. The 2022 to 2023 school year began on August 12th, when all students returned back onto campus after summer break. As the first graduating class entered in 1962, this year commemorates the 60th school year in St. Lucie's history. Regents were welcomed by our new principal, Miss Mandy Ramirez, and assistant principal, Mrs. Janice Mendez, as well as a cascade of balloons in whites and blues. Students participated in various Welcome Week activities throughout the first week of school, including an Otter Pop toast to the new school year and lunch on the lawn. As a Catholic school, we take our stewardship of the earth very seriously and extend a sincere thank you to the City of Glendora for improving the water efficiency at our school. This includes providing water-saving devices that help our community and city at large. Our original porcelain toilets were upgraded with commercial, high-efficiency ones. We are deeply appreciative and look forward to continuing the work with you in the next phase of this project. St. Lucie students are also enjoying a new lunch pavilion donated by MD Steel Incorporated on campus. This area provides additional seating, shade, and a place to study or hang out. Our tri-school community came together for the first time at the First Chance Dance on Saturday, August 20th. This year, it was Hawaiian themed, and students enjoyed dancing the night away in our amphitheater. The second annual All Alumni event, Denim and Diamonds, took place this past Saturday, September 24th. Alumni had the opportunity to celebrate our 60th Diamond anniversary with dinner, drinks, and dancing, and they also got the chance to reconnect with fellow graduate sisters. Memorabilia, such as the first edition of our school's newspaper, The Laureate, and yearbooks dating back to 1962 were also on display. We came together on August 30th for a welcome mass, highlighting the freshmen and transfer students. As part of St. Lucie's tradition, the students received a Blessed Benedictine medal and bookmark. We invite you to join us at our next mass on November 1st, on All Saints' Day, at which Bishop David O'Connell will preside. Cross country won first place in the Woodbridge and La Serna Invitational last week, and varsity volleyball just came back from competing in the gold division of the Freeway Invitational. Our golf and tennis teams have also been working hard and preparing for matches throughout the week. We will celebrate all fall sports athletes at our first rally in the gym on October 13th. This is also an opportunity for all prospective 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students to visit our campus and experience a Regent Shadow Day. To register, we ask that you please visit our website. On behalf of the administration and everyone at St. Lucie's, we would like to thank you for your continued encouragement and support. We look forward to continuing as a proud educational institute in the city of Glendora. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's give a big hand to all of our students tonight. We appreciate all of you taking time out of your busy schedules to be here and update us on what's happening at your respective campuses. So thank you and welcome back. That takes us to reordering of or additions to the agenda. Does anyone wish to reorder or make any additions? Okay, seeing none, that takes us to public comment. And I did want to make a clarification that if you're speaking about anything on the agenda or anything else outside of the Athens comments, that would be during public comment. When the Athens item, it comes up on the agenda, there is a public hearing associated with that. So if you're wishing to speak during that public hearing, then I would recommend that you wait and speak at that time rather than during public comment. So with that, then I will open public comment. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Willett. Welcome, Mr. Willett.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to come before you this evening, Mayor and City Council. Again, the Wall Street had a major article on the pensions yesterday. It's very disturbing on the condition of our economy and the pensions and the losses that are continuing to rack up. It's put everybody on edge, especially in the financial world, as well as a great deal of cities, states throughout the state and all states. Again, we can't forget that we have a difficult time to maintain these pensions and the amount of money they need every month. last month, 2 weeks ago, when I talked about ESGs, the backlash. Again, more articles are occurring in the Wall Street Journal. Again, BlackRock has done a great deal of disservice, and there's a huge backlash against BlackRock now, and through a lot of the attorney generals throughout the states, all states throughout the country and USA. It's getting very disturbing on what's particularly going on. And BlackRock is continually going into China. And there's a great deal of questions right now on what's really going on in China. As you know, the former CalPERS had great investments in China. Very disturbing. Very disturbing. I'll leave that for a moment. I'd like to talk about the electric car fires. They're continually having car fires. Every house garage that owns electric car should have fire sprinklers. It should be an ordinance. The city should require anybody that has electric car put it into install fire sprinklers immediately in their garage to protect their neighbors from these car fires. Again, one of the saddest issues the last time I was there was I brought up the homelessness. What are we going to do? How are we getting any money to help these homelessness? As you know, you've got electric box right out here covered up, Michael. You already know how I feel about that. And that one particular lady that was homeless, couldn't charge her phone. Her life was put in danger, Michael. That shouldn't be allowed by the city council. You did the amicus brief against the homeless. Our Vice President Harris, Brentwood, she was all for it. And that was a huge shock. Again, city councils can't file an amicus brief, then lock up the covers. It's a sad day when you do that to the homeless here in Glendora. Uncover
Mr.
those
Willett?
electric boxes. Thank you again, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, next, Luann Morrow.
I just wanted to ask a question about the containers, the trash containers. What if
Oh.
can we do that now or is that later?
Well, during the public hearing, when we will be discussing that matter, you can, on your card, you had written tree trimming.
Yeah.
So
Talk
did
about it
you
now?
want to have something to say about tree trimming, or is it related to Athens and trash?
No, it's about trimming your own trees and the containers we have.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to go ahead now, and we will not be answering any questions right now, but if you have a comment about that, you can share that information with us right now.
No, I just have a question about it.
Okay,
That's
all
not-
right. Well, you could state your question, and we won't necessarily be able to give you an answer right now, but you can go ahead and state it.
Okay, if you trim your own trees and you have a lot of trimmings and they all won't fit in the containers that we're getting, what do you do with them? The leftovers, the ones that won't fit in the containers.
And I think that not necessarily right now or this evening, but staff can answer that question. There are guidelines right now that exist for that type of thing, and we could provide you with that information.
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, is anyone else wishing to speak during public comment on matters outside of the Athens discussion? Anyone on Zoom right now, if you would like to speak and want to use the raise hand icon to discuss anything during public comment other than the Athens issue?
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I don't see that we have any raised hands to give public comment via Zoom attendees. We received no emails related to public comment, general public comment at this time. And yeah, no other public comment cards that have been received.
Okay, very good. Then I will close public comment and bring it back to the council for comments and statements. Councilmember Thompson.
Madam Mayor, thank you. And it sure is good to have the students back. It makes my heart warm to hear such bright students speak and involved and engaged. And the future is, really bright for us. And sometimes we don't know that, or we don't hear it, but hearing them is really, really good. I just want to say thank you to everybody that Friday put on a parade that was amazing. I have never seen as many folks there. The street was more than filled. And I just want to say thank you to the energy, engagement, the school itself, the band, everybody on a very warm day that did what they did to make that event a special one. Thank you just for, showing up, and it speaks well of what our city is. The goal line is going along well. Michael, I had a video lined up, but I'm not going to show that tonight.
So my prayers were answered.
Your prayers were answered, but the goal line is really going well. I can let you know that budget, we're on spot, and time, we're a little bit ahead of time, which is always good to hear. So I hope that you are taking time to stop and see it being built. It's an amazing feat, and it's going to be around here a long, long time. And it's really going well. And I believe with that, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alabas.
Thank you, Mayor. So this last Thursday, it was Glendora Day over at Athens. And I have never been to what's called their MRF. It's a material recovery facility over in La Puente. And that's where all of our trash goes. And, we're going to be talking tonight about a little bit about Athens, but going to the 3 bin system. So the MRF, what they do is they take this, the trash trucks go in, and they get scanned first for radiation, radioactive materials. It's a thing. I didn't realize that was an issue. And a little anecdote, what happened was apparently they've had some issues where people were going through chemotherapy, and it set the alarm off and the whole building shuts down, everyone evacuates. And it was quite interesting. So what they have is they still do manual separation of all of our trash. So when it goes in there, it gets dumped into a big pile. Maybe we can go to the next slide. I didn't know what order they were going to have these in. And it was quite a romantic visit that we had there. A little anecdote there. We after our visit that whole day, I had to go home and take a shower. And for 2 days later, I was still smelling what I smelled. It was incredible. I don't know how these people work there. So anyway, it goes on there. They have some big tractors that go in and pick this stuff up, and goes through a conveyor belt. And you have the old fashioned pickers. They're going back and forth, picking this stuff up and separating the material. I don't know how they do it with that smell. My hat's off to them. And so it goes down to bins. The previous, what you saw before, was when they have cardboard, they have plastics, and they have aluminum cans, things like that. It goes down to these other areas where it gets separated, where they end up someplace else for recycling. I would imagine they get some funds from that. But what's also interesting is our cardboard that we throw away. It cannot be recycled in the state of California, and so they only have 2 countries left that will take the cardboard, and they will just take it off our hands. China was once one of them, and it's no longer. And so they have to play really nice with these countries. Otherwise, we're going to be stuck with cardboard. We don't know what to do, and it might end up being in a landfill, which is not good. Only this MRF here, it's only less than 25% of the waste product, when they're done with it, actually goes to a landfill. That's how efficient they are. They are eventually going to go to optic scanners where machines will actually separate the material as it goes down the conveyor belt. Do we have another slide? So this is what it does when it gets baled up. You have paper off to the right and cans and other materials as well that find its way for recycling, and which is a really nice operation they have. They also have for our green waste that goes in the same area where they take it, they separate it, and they have like a juice squeezer. If you can imagine that. Trash that might be a week or 2 weeks old, and they squeeze this stuff and all this juice comes out. And they actually extract quite a bit of juice, and they use that for other things as fertilizer and everything. And I don't know what the hell want to grow in that. But anyway, they go through that process. Next slide. So with them, we went all the way out to Victorville. It was a nice long drive where our green waste shows up. After it gets separated from the MRF, it comes in another truck and they dump it. And it has some paper good things in there, other contaminants still in there, and they out of order a little bit. Can we go to the next slide? Maybe go back after this. So in here, they have a conveyor belt system where it goes in there and it goes through, and they have again pickers, and they pick different sizes of the green waste out, and they put it in different areas and they recirculate that down the road. Next slide. Nope, no, back up. And so on, yeah, that one there. So what they do is they take this, they take the material once they've gone through and they've separated and everything, cleaned it out, and they put it in different rows in different succession planning, and they put water on it. It's an aerobic process where it heats up to around, I think, 135 degrees, and it kills all the bad bacteria in it. And then it gets pretty warm, and then it goes through a process, and they go through and separate and bag it. And Scott's is one of the folks, that buy this. You probably buy this for mulch in your yard. It comes probably from this facility out in Victorville. And so they do use it. I don't know how economic this is. We didn't get into that, but this is the end product to what the waste is that we generate here in Glendora. The one thing that they have a real problem with are palm fronds and things of that nature, because it's it binds into the machinery and it won't cut it, and it just breaks down the machinery. So you're going to hear probably down the road that this is going to be put into your regular trash, and they will handle it differently as opposed to your green waste. Next slide. And next slide. Next slide. This one. So this last Wednesday, if anyone's been to the Battle of the Books, it was a great event. They had 8 teams. It went 15 rounds. It was amazing. These kids, they're just brilliant. And it ended up with one team after the 15 rounds, and the winners are All for One was their name, and it's Celeb Fuller, Gavin Hewitt, and Mark Wagner, which were the winners in this. And again, very impressive of how our kids did, and our library did an amazing job in putting this in. It was a lot of fun. It was a packed crowd, and that's the end of my report. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Friedendahl.
Mr. Alos, I'll encourage you to send cleaner trash to your trash can, and it won't be so aromatic.
I'm going to go with a hazmat suit next time.
Okay. I would like to echo Mr. Thompson's report regarding the festivities and engagement of the community at homecoming. It was indeed fun to see. It's sad it's only a long block, but it was worthwhile. So thanks for being included. To the lady asking the question about the refuse and the cans, I'm sure it will get addressed during our discussion. So hang in there for a minute. We'll it's not a difficult answer, but it's one to hear. So with that, I have no other reports. Thank you.
Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem.
First, Michael, did you see the guy with the best job in the world that runs the giant claw that moves the trash around?
Yes, I wanted to sit in this chair, but they wouldn't let me.
Yeah, there's actually a guy at Athens that it's like a the claw game that you play at the pizza place. And he sits there with these giant claws that actually moves the trash from one place to the other. And yeah, I envy his job. That would be fun to do 8 hours a day. Just a couple of reports. First off, I want to note to everyone that last Friday, LA County finally removed the mask mandates on public transportation. So now we can go back to getting on the buses and the trains without having to wear masks. I believe that leaves us, the only place that masks are still required is in medical facilities. And from what I'm hearing, I have a feeling that's going to stick around for a long time to come. So that may even end up being permanent. Also talking about public transportation at Foothill Transit, we're in the process of having discussions. Foothill Transit runs a bus route that actually services both Charter Oak and Glendora High School, as well as Goddard and Sandburg and Royal Oak Middle School. And the ridership on that route has gotten to the point that we're having 1 or 2 students using that route. So anybody that has any knowledge of it or uses it, we need your feedback to find out, because it is being considered to be discontinued. And if there is enough interest that it's going to be used in the future, the last couple of years with COVID, ridership has been down dramatically. So if we believe that it's going to be used more in the future, and I can convince the rest of the board that, we might be able to continue that route. So any feedback you have would really be appreciated. On another note, wanted to talk a little bit about water. I want to talk about water at every council meeting because we are in dire straits in Southern California and basically in the whole Western United States. I keep repeating the same thing. A lot of people here tonight. We appreciate everybody coming out. So I'll have more people hear my pleas. From the Colorado Rockies west, the entire Western United States is in a drought. This is the first time this has happened, according to the experts, if you believe the experts, in 1,000 years that we have had this much of a drought situation in the Western United States. If anybody has driven through the Colorado River, looks like the Colorado Creek at this point. Some of the reservoirs on the Colorado River, I can't even think of the names of them. You guys know where they are. But the bottom, they're low. They're down to the bare minimums. So we need to continue to conserve water anywhere we can. It's of the utmost importance. I know people think that we should have planned better and things should have been handled, but at this point, it doesn't matter. We need to get through the next few years, and another dry year is going to be devastating to California, Arizona, Nevada, and probably Oregon and Washington as well. So let's continue the conservation. We've been doing a pretty good job so far, and I appreciate the cooperation from everybody. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, brings us to city manager and city attorney reports. Anything further to report? All right, very good. Then we will move on to special items. Tonight, our special item is a quarterly capital improvement program update, which relates to our strategic plan, and Public Works Director Allison Sweet will report.
No, we're in the other room. There we go.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So for some background information, the Capital Improvement Program is part of the 2020 to 2023 strategic plan. And one of the strategic plan goals is to improve and maintain the city's infrastructure, which includes streets, IT, stormwater, and facilities. Next slide, and I'm sorry, stay there. That's all right. In June 2021, City Council approved a 2-year budget, including a 5-year CIP plan, with the funding for the first 2 years totaling $25.7 million, and the outlying years of unfunded projects are $85.5 million. Next slide, please. Okay, since the last update, Public Works has been updating the city website at this site, and you can see it is at cityofglendora.org/projects. It's very hard to read, I see that, but we have an active projects list, which is updated monthly, and the last one was updated in the first week in September. It also has maps showing the completed projects, and then what we call moratorium streets, so that if a street has been repaved, they have to do extra resurfacing if there's a utility that comes in and digs it up. And then also there is a pavement management program, which shows the pavement condition index as of 2020. Next slide, please. So here's a list of recently completed projects in the last quarter, and the following are going to be some slides of these 4 projects. Next slide, please. So there's the Gladstone Playground, which is our first all-inclusive playground here at the city of Glendora. Next slide, please. There's another picture of it during construction. Next slide. This is the storm drain inlet insert installation. So it's part of our stormwater MS4 permit. And I know that I brought this up when we had the construction or the contract. And if you'll notice, we do have the county who will come 5 times a year to clean out any debris. And the photos hopefully show that if there is extensive debris, there is a free flowing spillway over it if that were to happen. So that should be taken care of. And next slide, please. This is a picture showing the final citywide slurry seal project. And this was done up in the Hidden Springs Lane neighborhood. And the right two photos show the actual construction of it. And so the slurry seal is basically about 3/4 of an inch of asphalt mixed with some sand and very tiny aggregate. Next slide, please. So these are projects that are in construction, and the nice part is the top two projects have actually been completed. The Gladstone Water Reservoir, the fencing will come down this Friday with the new parking lot opening up on Saturday. And it went from 22 to 47 spaces. And let's see here. Also on the CDBG project was just awarded last month or earlier this month, and they will start construction in the next month. Next slide, please. So here's some pictures. This is showing the Gladstone Reservoir demolition and parking lot improvements. Next slide, please. And here is a nice drone picture showing the demolition of the water tank. And then also note that the SCE high voltage transformer and the old tank are removed in this slide. And the SCE has constructed the new, provided new service for any potential needs that we have for electricity at the park. Next slide, please. And here's another view of the park. And then all of the dirt area is now being put with decomposed granite and mulch. Next slide, please. And then there's a final drone shot of the parking lot with the new entrance, which will come in at a 40 or a 90-degree angle. The other one was hard to get out of, so this one should be easier. Next slide, please. So these are the projects that are in the final stages of design, and we will all of the top 4 projects here total $12.4 million. The good news is the Amelia is going to have a bid opening in October. So the plans are almost finished. We'll be coming to City Council for award in November. The Bennett Street and water main project will start a little bit later. We are delaying that area in order to allow for the construction to occur during the summer, since it is near a couple of schools. And then also a couple of Saturdays ago, we had a neighborhood meeting regarding placing a sidewalk on the south side of the street. The final projects on this list are the Finkbeiner Park Playground, restroom, pickleball, tennis court improvements. We have Wildan as one of our consultants who is currently working on the 65% design plans of what we're calling phase 1, which will be the tennis court and the pickleball area. And that'll be out to bid in December with construction starting in March. They are at a 30% design plan for phase 2, which will improve the restroom, playground, and the parking area. And that schedule is proposed to have the final plans completed by December, with the construction awarding and then pending delivery of the restrooms. We don't know what the delivery time would be, and it's possible that that will take up to 6 months to actually procure the restrooms themselves. And then just additionally, we did send out requests for quotes for the teen center tennis courts to resurface and restripe one of the tennis courts into 4 pickleball courts, and also to resurface them. And we expect to receive those quotes in a couple of weeks, with the construction starting in the end of November. All right, next slide, please. So here's some additional projects that are in design, and we have the council chamber upgrade, and staff met with the consultant last month or earlier this month, and we expect to have some conceptual plans to bring before you in middle of October. There's also the Finkbeiner Park stormwater capture project. And we had some information on social media today about the public outreach by Active SGV. They are going to attend soccer games and the Halloween carnival. And so if you look out for the social media post, it talks about those events being on October 1st and October 29th. And then there are 3 projects that are still in a bit of a struggle through the Caltrans approval process. But we're making some headway on them. And then also on the pedestrian crossing enhancement, are waiting till the summer to start that project when the kids are not in school. For the North Glendora tank, the city council approved that design in May of 2022. And we have completed the soils and the survey investigation, and the design should be completed by May of 2023. And then we will come back to council for approval for construction and inspection services. Next slide, please. All right. So these are some additional, sorry about that. These are some RFPs that we will be putting out here in the very near future. We haven't let those out yet, but that is for a stormwater master plan and then an ADA transition plan. Next slide, please. So we're some additional pre-design, and we're working with assessment studies. For the citywide facility and security assessment, we have received 5 proposals, and we are prioritizing the sites and features to make sure that we stay in budget. And we're also reviewing those 5 different proposals. The citywide space planning, we'll take a relook at that as scoping that pending the council chamber remodel and some other city office shifts that we're doing. The citywide ERP and land management and IT assessment plan, we're finalizing our selection for that system. The antique streetlights, we're having the ad hoc antique streetlight citizens advisory board panel meetings, and with one tomorrow night at 5:30 p.m. at the teen center. The water master plan is part of our water assessment, which is underway, and we will have that citywide assessment of our infrastructure by the end of the year. And then finally on this one, we have the library structural assessment, which we are including any Bidwell Plaza renovation and library building exterior waterproofing. And those are out with the request for proposal, and those are due back on October 20th. After that time, we'll go ahead and review those proposals and make a selection on getting assistance for doing the structural assessment. Next slide, please. So these are 3 roofing projects that we're going to utilize the cooperative purchasing agreement that our code allows us to do. All right, next slide, please. And here are some additional projects in the proposal phase. We have the city yard improvements, the new Parks and Trees Division office space, and we are finalizing that request for proposal with expect to advertise in early November. And then I also spoke earlier on the citywide facility and security assessments. And then we have the Louis Pompey Park, the artificial turf replacement, and that is a design build contract, which we had the pre-bid walkthrough last week with a lot of contractors and a lot of interest, and we have those proposals due on October 13th. And then I also spoke a little earlier on the Dawson pickleball court. All right, next slide, please. And then this is my favorite part, and this is the upcoming construction projects. This is on our website. This is one of the charts that is on our website available for anyone's viewing. The top 3 projects have been completed, and then the next ones are the CDBG Bender Carter area. We are doing the street and water improvements, and that construction will start in October. And then look out for the 3 packaged water and street projects, including the Amelia, over the next couple of months, with the construction starting in November and December. And then for the next quarterly update, staff will provide a more in-depth information on the pavement management system, which we're also utilizing, incorporating the water and the street projects. And then that concludes my quarterly update. And I just want to thank staff who have been working hard to keep these projects moving.
Thank you very much. A lot of information, but it definitely shows that Public Works and all the other departments related to those projects are hard at work. So thank you. A lot of capital improvement, because we know our streets and our water infrastructure is aging. So that's always playing catch up. Thank you.
Anything else?
All right, that takes us to public hearings. Tonight, we have a public hearing on Proposition 218, a majority protest public hearing for proposed increase in solid waste rates. And tonight, to present, Senior Management Analyst Andrea Ampig will report.
I'll be giving my presentation from over here.
Okay.
So good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Andrea Ampig, and I'm here to give you a brief overview of the changes to our solid waste rates. Next slide. For some context, when Senate Bill 1383 was passed in 2016, it imposed a variety of recycling requirements, specifically for organic waste. And it also set requirements for the specific colors of waste receptacles throughout the entire state. In turn, these state mandated changes will affect waste collection and rates for residents, multifamily complexes, and businesses in the city. To accommodate these changes, an amendment was made to our current contract with Athens Services, which was approved at the August 23rd City Council meeting. Next slide. City staff sent out a proposition or Prop 218 notice to all property owners in the city in early August, informing them of the ability to protest the solid waste rate increase. The results of the protest will determine the authorization of the maximum rates between November 1st, 2022 through November 1st, 2027. Any other increases requested during that period would be subject to another Proposition 218 hearing. Next slide. Okay. The column on the left shows the current rates for some of the most common services that are used in the city. And the column on the right shows the proposed rates that were listed in Exhibit A on the Proposition 218 notice. If there are not sufficient protests to overturn the rate increase, the proposed rates will be effective November 1st, 2022. Next slide. Starting July 1st of each year following this approval for the rates, trash CPI adjustment plus 1% will be applied to all rates. Additionally, commercial generators will receive an 8% increase on July 1st, 2023, and a second 8% increase on July 1st, 2024 to cover the costs associated with the SB 1383 implementation. Next slide. So aside from the rates, city staff has been working with Athens Services to create an implementation schedule for the upcoming rollout of the new residential containers. Beginning in mid-October, residents, multifamily complexes, and businesses will begin to receive further information about what can go into these new containers that they will be receiving. And from mid-November through mid-December, residents will begin receiving the new 96-gallon waste containers to their homes. On December 12th, that is the target date for residents to begin utilizing the new containers. And starting December 12th through December 30th, Athens will be able to pick up the old waste receptacles if residents choose to dispose of them. And they will still be able to pick them up after that date range. They'll just have, residents will just have to call it in as part of the bulky item pickup program. So that concludes my presentation. Athens Services will be available after the protest portion to answer any specific questions, and so will I. And I wanted to note that for those that are speaking during the protest, we do need to have you state your name and address so we can verify that you are a homeowner or service recipient in the city. If you don't want to state that out loud during your protest, you can stop by Kathleen, our city clerk here in the corner, and you can disclose that information to her after you speak. So that's it.
Thank you.
And if I may, I apologize. Lana Lehman, Assistant City Attorney. Protests do need to be submitted in writing. So if you're wishing to submit a protest, please do so in writing, identifying the property that you are protesting and provide it to the city clerk pursuant to the instructions that are provided in the notice.
Thank you. Given that the public hearing is open at this time, we will begin to receive any public testimony for that. And you will have 3 minutes to speak. First individual, Robert Jones.
Council, I'm happy that you let me talk here. I'm not going to say very much. My main reasons for up here are, one is, what is the size of the trash cans? Are they the small, big, large? They had no idea. They didn't say a thing about them. Are there different costs for each one of these trash cans for the different sizes of these things? And the other things which I mentioned on the note I had there before too, was the lady was talking about the trash for picking up on branches and leaves and such. Like I have a tree I take and I trim the tree once a year after Thanksgiving, and I pile it up on the street. Is that allowed anymore? Or is that supposed to be put into the trash cans, or is there special pickup for that? These are all my other questions I have. And the memorandum they sent out there stating about what was happening is all numbers and didn't really say anything about what the prices, the sizes, the event that would happen, about the containers, or about the leaves or trees or anything else on the sidewalks. So that's my big thing, is that I'm not happy about change, but we have to change, and I understand that. But in doing so, somebody needs to take and give us a little more direction as to what these things and what the sizes of these things are going to be, which would be a nice thing to do. A letter like they set out, and they had everything, and 90% of it was for commercial, a very little part of it was for residential, and even that didn't say anything to me, except numbers. And you said a little more up here, and that really didn't say much either. You showed the bigger cans. But I understand there's 3 sizes of the cans, if I'm not wrong. But anyway, that's the main thing. It's just the prices, they just had the increase last month in my mail came, or actually it was this month in the mail, really. I don't know if that's involved with the price change that was supposed to be happening after this month, but it went up to $124 versus 100 and whatever the other was before, 16 or something like that. But to me, that was a little bit quick before the time of our trash cans coming. But anyway, that's all I have to say. I appreciate the time. And it's just.
Thank you. After we have all of our public testimony, we'll try to have staff answer some of those technical questions, and we'll also address the price increase you received and give some clarification on that. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Joe Daniel.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. On the price increase, like this gentleman was saying, I heard after the 3 barrels, if you want additional barrels, it's going to be extra money. But what I'm wondering, instead of having 2 trash guys coming out with the trash truck, you go into 1, everything's going to be automated, less people getting hurt on the job. And now we have to recycle, I mean, even more than we normally do. And now they want to increase us. So it seems like they're going to save on workman's comp. They only have 1 guy on the truck instead of 2 guys on the truck. And we're doing most of the work. I'm wondering if I'm going to get a W-2 at the end of the year for all this stuff. So, I mean, I'm just kind of, I'm kind of curious. But like I said, because when I received that letter, I came down here and I spoke to the one of the ladies down here, and she said, yeah, if they're going to give you the 3 barrels, but if you have the extra one, if you need an extra trash or anything, because I got 6 in my family, that's gonna be like an extra $20 or something like that. And then you're supposed to put like your pasta, your chili, your meat in the greens. What about the maggots and the mice and the rats and the crows? So that's basically it. Thank you.
Thank you. John Caddis?
Good. First, just a quick clarification. On page 3 of 4 of what we received, I think contrary to what the assistant city attorney said, I don't know why we need to submit it in writing, because the instructions here say, show up or have your comments in writing. So, I mean, it's clearly written in here. So I'm hoping that by showing up here, my concerns and my protests can be registered. So what I'm referring to specifically in my concerns are about single-family residential services. I am not certain, is the 3-bin system being rolled out to all residents in Glendora? So I'm shaking his head, yes, it is. Okay, so the question again is what has been brought up here is I don't have one tree, I have 70 trees on my property, and I maintain those trees, and weekly I put them in twine, I bring them to the side of the road, and like many residents here, it gets removed. It's impractical to put them in trash bins. I'll be doing that all year long. And we also have older residents that it's not easy for them to do that. Also, some of us have animals, horses. Horse manure is heavy. And with the regular trash cans, you maybe fill up 10 or 20% of that, you bring it to the side, and it requires several trash cans. I don't know how that's done when you have these big bins. Maybe there are answers to those questions. I hope to hear them, but our neighbors, my neighbors, some of which are here, have these same concerns as well. Some that are not here are also older, and it's harder for them to do these things. So I'm concerned about that. I will not voice any concerns about any of the money or the bidding or the contract process, because I know that some of my neighbors, I believe, will speak to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gloria Hackett?
Okay, here we go. Okay. I'm a senior, as you see, of course. My concern is I live in a mobile home park, the smallest one in Glendora on Baranka. There's no room for all these big trash cans. And most of the time, we're seniors. Now, 96 gallons would probably take me 6 years to fill. It's just, and I'm sure they do have small ones, because we went to one of the fairs at the police station, and one of the men that runs this was talking to my friend and I, and he said, you can order smaller ones, but where do we put them? I mean, that's a very compact place where we live. And I don't believe that every single person, most of them are single people. How much, I don't even have a big trash can when I ordinarily have one. It's just a little bit of trash for a week, So these things are going to be a nuisance is what they're going to be. And I think they should ask the seniors if they want a smaller one. I did see a small compact for the garbage, so to speak, somewhere. Now, do you give those to people that need them or not? It's just a small one. Someone's seen it. I've seen it on TV or something. Anyway, that's all I have to say. It's just ridiculous to have those 3 big barrels in a small mobile home park in Glendora on Baranka. That's all.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right. Richard, and I'm trying to read your last name. DeBaco. Okay, thank you. I couldn't tell if that was a B or an L, so welcome.
My handwriting.
That's all right. Welcome.
Thank you. First, kudos to the council. You guys do a great job. And I'm very pleased with how the city's being run at the present time. Most of the issues I have been addressed already. I have, maybe I can expand on a couple of things. One is older folks. I'll be 80 next year. Older folks, if they live on a property that's elevated, hillside property or whatever. That's a big barrel. That's a heavy barrel to take down to the street and dangerous, for the older folks. And they're going to do it because it's what we do. That's how we grew up. Again, I'm one of these guys, if it's not broke, don't fix it, right? And so what last time, and I think it was about 20 years ago, the issue came up again with the big barrels. And the city got together and voted against it and just said, we don't want it, And council listened and voted in favor of not doing the big barrel, automated barrel thing. And we've been going on now for, I think it's been 15 years and doing well with it. And again, the piles of, I have a cul-de-sac property that has a big yard, and it has a lot of green waste, especially in the fall coming up. So it takes a lot of bundles. We mentioned bundles, and these bundles are not going to be compatible with the receptacles that they're going to offer. And so I think that's pretty much. The one fellow mentioned that maggot situation, which is a horrible thing to even bring up. But this summer, first time I ever saw that was in, I help a neighbor. She's an elderly woman, and I help her. I take her barrels out on, for the trash day. And her green waste barrel had those in it. And it was like, she's a very clean person. It was just green waste. So I don't know if in the heat that is going to be a problem. So again, that's something to consider. Is it going to, my biggest, is it going to be more expensive? Are they going to have, like it was brought up, less men doing less work with more money charged for what we're getting? So we're going to have another meeting. Apparently that's going to be is there a meeting where, because we're not supposed to even say this tonight, I guess, from what I heard in the beginning, Karen.
No, this is the public hearing for this item.
So it is.
Which was
So we're-
separate, yes.
So we're good. Okay, then. The cost comparisons, basically, we need something on cost comparisons. You guys have anything you can put out to let us know what we're paying now or what we've been paying, and then what's going to cost us once this is initiated and put into effect.
And your 3 minutes are up.
Oh,
So I'm going
sorry.
to call on the next person.
You got
Okay,
it.
thank you. All right. Norma Fernandez.
Good afternoon. Yes, my main concern, Athens is already every quarter, they charge an extra 5, an extra 3, an extra. When I first moved in where I'm living in Glendora 30 years ago, I was paying $25 a quarter, which is $100 for the whole year. Now I pay $500 for the whole year. And the only problem is I get older, I get less money. I only get paid once a month, my Social Security, and everything's going up. Even the food is going up, everything. Is there any way the seniors can get a discount according to their income? Because they don't, even if I do get a job when they see my age, they don't hire me. So what are the seniors supposed to do? Okay, everyone's charging more, everyone. The water went up. And by the way, a good way to conserve water is my washer, I have a hose. All the water from my washer goes to my plants in the backyard, and it's green in the back. I don't need a water. I'm doing good with the water. But the thing is, the trash bill is always going up. They're raising it. Now it's going to go up higher. I understand they need barrels, good barrels to pick up the trash. That's all that's understandable. The thing is there any way the seniors can get a discount? As they're, we're going to be charged more money, and we only get so much every month. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Brooke Johnson.
Hey, good evening. I just had a couple comments I wanted to make. First of all, I was a little disappointed in the notices actually sent out because when you first read it, it looks like just a a typical, hey, your fees are going up. It doesn't really address the fact that we're actually going to be limited now in how much trash we can put out with the 3 barrels. I'm also disappointed in the fact that I contacted the person on here and several times left voicemails and an email to address that and wasn't contacted. I work for a city myself, not this one, another one. I haven't gotten a pay increase in 2.5 years, but every organization and business that comes to the cities are always asking for more. I don't know about the folks here that work for the city of Glendora, if they've gotten pay increases, but it's kind of hard to stomach when people are coming and asking you for more money and you're not getting any more. So yeah, I'm disappointed that we're going to be limited to 3 bins. It doesn't really say that anywhere in here at all. Unless you look at the fact that you'll be charged for 3 bins. So I find that very disappointing. I think there would probably be more people down here upset with that if they actually knew that that was part of the fee increase. I don't know Athens specifically. Before my current job, I actually worked for an accounting firm. One of our clients happened to be a waste management company very similar to Athens, and they were never hurting for money. They did very well. So I can imagine that Athens is probably in the same situation. And I also don't like the fact that, limiting our trash is going to be also, it's going to be cutting jobs, right? 2 guys to a truck goes down to 1. I don't know if that's the best thing to do right now. Anyways, that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Adrienne Mosini.
Good evening. I would like to reiterate what folks have already said. I've already put it in a letter of protest. Number one, when we're looking at this cost-wise, what we're looking at is a higher cost per gallon for trash under this new plan. We will also be losing our bulky item pickup for the most part because that will become far more restricted. Most people, when I look around my street, are only putting out a couple of cans a week. So we're not putting out excessive amounts. But every now and then, somebody does a clean out, needs more stuff picked up. This is now going to cost more. In Exhibit A, it did not state what the size of the cans was going to be. And when I looked on the Athens website, it simply said that there are 3 carts available, but it did not indicate on the website whether there was going to be a different price for each size. That's my understanding that in other cities, there are different prices for different sizes of cans. I'm also concerned that this price increase is going to have a negative effect on the most vulnerable residents in our city. We're talking about not only our seniors, but our single parent families, our minimum wage workers. Even if we're talking about apartment dwellers are going to end up having the increased cost of the commercial cans passed on to them as rent increases. And especially after the last 2 years, a lot more people are struggling. I'm a sociology instructor. I see it all the time. So, actually, I will let that rest. Everything else is in writing. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that we also have someone that is joining us on Zoom that wishes to speak. So we'll recognize that individual that has the raised hand.
Yes, we do have 2 raised hands. The first that had come up was Tom A. We're going to unmute you at this time, Tom. If you would please state your name and if you would like to state your residence or what street you live on so that we can confirm we can verify your resident.
Sure thing. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, please. You've got 3 minutes.
So I'm Tom Arroyo and I don't need 3 minutes. I was just voicing my concern about the actual size of the containers and whether or not we had an option. And as the woman right before me announced, if in fact we do have an option, having the pricing for proportionate to the size of the can that we get would seem reasonable and fair as well. For some seniors, as a couple of folks have already mentioned, we don't put up as much trash as other folks do. So that is all my comment.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to our next speaker.
Thank you. Yes, we've got another speaker, Jay Shri Sampat. Are you there? We're going to unmute you now. Jay Shri. Yes, go ahead and try to unmute yourself on Zoom.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, please. You've got 3 minutes.
Okay, so I just wanted to one question I have is, and I just wanted to make a comment after my question. And that is, the question is, if the resolution doesn't pass, if you get enough protests, I was told it was 50% plus one to not pass this ordinance, then will LA County at some point make it mandatory for the 3 trash can rule? Is that going to happen? And that's my question. And my comment is that I'm for the 3 trash can because I'm single. I'm a senior citizen. I live by myself, but I always have just 2 trash cans, one for yard waste and one for regular waste. And I see my neighbors, some of them have 6, 7 trash cans. And then I just don't think it's a fair system that I pay the same as somebody who has half a dozen trash cans and I only have 2. So I think that I would like a fairer system. And I'm hoping that if this ordinance passes and we get the 3 trash cans, that there will be a fairer system where if somebody wants more trash cans, then they have to pay more. So that's my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else on Zoom wishing to speak or anyone else in the audience that wishes to speak at this time?
I'm going to do a quick search. We have received no emails.
Yes, if you'd like to come forward and identify yourself, please, you can have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Scott Morgan. I live at 421 North Valencia Street. My backyard is at the Sandberg Middle School. I have one question basically from my wife. I looked at a video on Athens and there's a new solid waste proposal in there that you have to have, and you have to buy it yourself, a separate little container to put in your kitchen somewhere where you separate your food scraps. You don't put them down your garbage disposal anymore. You don't, my wife is a plant-based vegan, so she has lots of vegetables and sometimes things get chopped up and they go on the regular can with the regular paper waste. Well, that's going to be a big problem. Another problem, as I understand from the Athens website, is we have our trash cans or the trash in the kitchen. It has a plastic bag and it's white. And it's very convenient. You fill it up, you take the bag, you tie it, you put it in your trash outside. Eventually it goes to the street, everything is fine. My understanding from the website is I can't use those white bags anymore that I buy at Costco or wherever. So now we have to have a biodegradable bag that's see-through that you have to use for this trash. And we in our house will be doing the separating of the trash. And then we have to take like the clippings that my wife has from her vegetables. We're going to have to take it outside and put it in the can with the green waste. So it's changing the whole thing, the way we do things. And it just makes life harder. That's all. And I am also concerned as a senior citizen of the price increases. And what's lined up in this is price increases that are going to go up every year, what, in July or whatever it is. And it just doesn't seem like that's the right kind of way to do business at this point, especially with inflation and everything that's going on to all of us. The other question I had was about trash pickup. Is there going to be one truck come by to pick up the yard waste, and then another truck comes by and picks up the other waste, and then a third truck comes by? So you're not cutting down on a number of drivers. You're going to have more trucks, and you're going to have a driver on each truck with this automatic pickup thing. So how does that save? And it seems so nice the way we had the system all these years where they put everything on a conveyor belt and somebody else separates the trash. We didn't have to do it. So I just very appreciative of the system we've had all this time.
Thank you. Thank you. You have two more on Zoom. Okay, we have two more individuals on Zoom that we will recognize.
Then we also have two more in the audience as well.
Okay, thank
In
you.
the audience. Okay, we'll call on the Zoom participant right now. Tim, there's an attendee with a raised hand. Tim, we're going to try it. If you can unmute yourself, please.
I have unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, please. You've got 3 minutes.
Very good. Thank you. I would just like to mention that when I moved to Glendora 30 years ago, we had multiple bins for different types of waste for the purpose of recycling. And as I'm sure all of you've noticed now, those separate bins have gone away. I learned later the reason for this while I was getting my master's degree in environmental science, that the reason was because studies have proven that the separation of different types of waste is much more efficiently done at a centralized facility rather than having to go through it again after the individual consumers or the individual residents try to separate it on their own. So given the results of those studies, which were actually very conclusive and were enacted in communities all around Southern California, I'm very surprised that we have reversed field on that. And I'm wondering exactly to whose benefit that is provided. The one other thing in my brief amount of time I would like to mention is that having previously lived in a city with these large bins, I'd like to say that now being an official old geezer, they will be very cumbersome and not very easy to manage getting out to the street. And I got to admit, I'm shocked that they would be considered acceptable under ADA. Thank you for permitting my comments.
Thank you. I will go to the next person.
Yes, we've got one other person, John Rotuni. If you're there, can you please unmute yourself? John Rotuni.
That looks better. Okay, John Rotuni, 143 North Worthy.
Thank you. You've got 3 minutes.
Okay. I remember a couple of decades ago in Bidwell Forum when Athens was first contemplating getting the contract for the city. There was a meeting which many people said that they would prefer to pay more to be able to use their own cans rather than get stuck with these 90-gallon things, which are unwieldy. So if now they are making us go to these unwieldy cans, we should be paying less because it's more convenient for them. That's it.
Thank you. All right, we will recognize the two individuals in the audience. If you can, one at a time, come forward and identify yourself and speak, please.
Hi, my name is Anthony Reardon, and I live on Flamingo Street, 1120 Flamingo Street in Glendora. You know, a couple of things as I read through the letter, and I read it several times, I just found it to be lacking real definition as to what's going to happen. I think it's really unfair to the community not to have the definition out there about the 3 cans. There is no definition about what has to happen, you know, how that process is going to work. So, you know, you're asking the people to come up and protest or talk about it, and there's really not enough information in there in order to be able to make the assessment. The other thing is on the rate hikes, you know, an 8% increase year over year doesn't seem reasonable in today's environment. And I understand inflation, I understand, but what looks like we're doing is we're going to be taking a lot of their responsibility and doing that ourselves. And they're going to be able to process. You went through the process they're doing now. I think they're going to change that, you know, and we don't have anything from Athens. The third thing that I have really is that I just don't understand why there wasn't a competitive bid on this. You know, I know we had the city council had a deal with Athens going back, but I'm not quite sure why there wasn't a competitive bid. We have no landscape as to what it would cost if we had some other company come in and do this. If we're going to do this, and we're going to require us to do a lot more work, and actually have less service. When you look at it from a greenway standpoint, from, that's really the driver. When you see a lot of cans out there, it's mostly the yard waste. And I think that's a big issue. So I'm not sure that the public has enough information to be able, in other words, to make a correct response to what you're asking us to do. I would ask you to postpone it and really get the information that you need. I mean, I think if you put the information out to the public that's actually required, what the change is going to be, what's the cost, and why? Why is the cost going up if we're going to have all these changes? They have to look at their cost basis as well as we do. And I think, the individual that was up here earlier who works for another city, that's exactly what's going on. They're holding down the level of the pay for the people that work in the city, and they're giving the vendors higher rates. Now, I'm not sure why this wasn't bid competitively, but I suggest that you really think about it. I appreciate all the work that you're doing. I really do. And I don't think it's easy, and I really have a tremendous amount of respect for the service that you're giving. I just hope that we have a chance to be able to look at this. And I really think you should delay this response and get more information out to the public. And I'll guarantee you this room would be full. You wouldn't be able to fit it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Go ahead and come on up.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. He kind of took a wind out of my sails a little bit.
And if
My
you
name's
could,
Brad Case.
okay,
Sorry.
thanks.
Brad
Yes.
Case. I live at 829 South Lope Lane. I got that letter in the mail. Me and all of my neighbors sat down, tried to read it. Couldn't read it to save our lives. Couldn't understand exactly what it meant. Like was stated before, it had a lot to do with the commercial, but it really didn't explain to us a lot of the simple questions that have been asked here tonight. How many trash cans are we getting? What happens with if I have more stuff? A guy with 70 trees obviously has a lot more than most of us, but still, how do we handle that? To send out a letter like that in the legalese, dumb it down for us. Answer some simple questions. My recommendation for you guys and gals is to create a letter that goes out to all the residents that answers these simple questions that were asked here tonight. Do we have the choice of just the 92 gallon or 98 gallon things? What do we do for the handicapped and or elderly that have a hard time? My mother-in-law, I have to drive to Upland because she has these same cans at her house. She can't roll them out to the driveway, okay, out to the street. Okay. Simple things of what do we do with excess stuff? Just the simple questions that were asked here tonight. We just want to know in simple, plain English, what's coming down the pike. My understanding is it's already been signed and done, and that's, hey, well and good. That's fine. I appreciate your guys' hard work and gals' hard work, but I think it would be really beneficial to the community if you would just kind of simplify stuff for us instead of just talking in a different language that we don't understand. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone else before I bring it back? Yes, sir.
All right.
Okay, we'll go with the last two people. We'll let this gentleman go first and then you go next. And then I will bring it back to the council and staff to address some of these questions.
Mayor Davis and council, thank you very much. My name is Jim Dowdle. I live at 134 North Country Club Road here in Glendora. Lived there for 43 years. I lived on Carroll Avenue for about 11. So I've been around a little bit. First of all, I'd like to thank the city manager, Adam Raymond, Councilmember Thompson, and Ms. Sweet for the ramps that were installed in our neighborhood, for the LED lighting that was installed in our neighborhood, for the trees and the sidewalks that have been repaired. Second of all, on this letter, I showed it to a attorney friend of mine, and he marked it up in yellow, handed it back to me and said, "Good luck." He was doing pro bono work, so I can afford to be here this evening. The In reality, though, this letter has already been recycled, put in bags and sent back to us. And the brand name on it is Bandini. This is a done deal. I understand the law. The state is, you're up against the state. The voters have voted for it. I spent a number of years in military procurement, worked for Conrack Corporation, a couple of other firms. I spent your money as a taxpayer when I awarded a contract to a supplier. 3 competitive bids are required for the Armed Service Procurement Regulations. I think this should have been competitively bid, given us some numbers we could put our teeth in. There's nothing of price. What's it going to cost Jim Dowdle for 3 bins a month? I don't know. Right now I pay $10.40 a week, $125 for 3 months. What's it going to be in the future? I appreciate all the work you've done, and you've got a hard seat there to sit on and fill, because you've got a lot of concerned citizens. Thank you for your work you do.
Thank you. And ma'am, would you like to?
I think it was ridiculous send this information to us that we don't understand it. What's organic is the food that I have a compost already. I put my stuff out, so I don't put the food that we consume. It's more than 10 years I do that. And that disappeared to nothing, and then I put a fertilizer in my garden. So, but it didn't explain nothing, especially get a serious citizen or somebody cannot read good English. And then what is they gonna say? They get nervous and don't know what's going on. So we gotta be more clear, talk to. I think I should have another meeting or send a plain letter explaining exactly what's gonna happen. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, I think, is that all of our public comment cards?
Yes, that was, just to clarify, that was Miss Angela Sajia. That's okay. So that we have no more public comment cards, no more raised hands, and no emails that have been submitted.
Okay, very good. All right, Mr. Raymond, do you want to take a stab at this to answer some of these questions?
Can we close the public hearing first?
Yes, I will do that. I will close the public hearing.
All right. Good evening, everyone. You can always tell when a lot of Glendorans show up. Every public comment starts. I remember when 30 years ago. So that's a good start. So I've only been here 4 years. My apologies. But if I can, we're going to go over some brief bullet points. Athens will be here to answer any questions, and Andrea Ampig, who gave the presentation this evening, can provide any extra detail. So if I can, I think it's really helpful for everyone in the audience to provide some context for why we're here this evening. As you may or may not know, the state of California, this specific law was actually passed in 2016 that we have to implement. So the city's not making these rules up. We're not wanting to do this. In fact, many of the individuals sitting on the city council before they were on city council hated the fact that we may have to go to a 3-bin system, and we're pretty vocal about it. Many cities are required by the state of California. All cities are to go to this 3-bin system. It is a requirement. One of the things that's important to note with the cost is in the Athens contract, which is a competitively bid contract and was done. So I don't remember the last year, but it was in recent memory, goes through a full comprehensive RFP process that takes a year. The city then amends that contract from time to time when there's a state mandate that comes along that we have to implement. This time it was 1383. The cost increase associated for most residential individuals that spoke this evening is actually less than $1.50 per month. It's actually less than the guaranteed CPI contract that Athens has in their existing contract. Your costs for your monthly or your every quarter would have gone up actually more than this under the old contract. This contract extends the term and provides Athens to write off the cost of those trash bins that they're providing to you. It's the commercial portion which has annual additional 8% increases. If you may recall, the city had to do previous organic required mandates from the state of California increases, and those hit all the residential customers by 8% increases as well. Because those steps taken now, the average cost that you're facing is actually the same as you would have faced regardless if we would have gone through this change or not. Athens is providing these bins as in an attempt to try to make this as manageable as possible. We know with the bulky item pickup that we're all accustomed to, that was the biggest change, which is why it's still available. We just have to call Athens first to let them know it's coming. It doesn't charge you anything extra. The bulky item pickup is still there. It may surprise many of you in the room, but all of you're actually entitled to is 9 trash cans. That's actually what the current requirement is. Athens does a service and sometimes they make note or sometimes don't, and they can answer that question, but that's actually all we're entitled to now. If I can go through some of the other questions that are in there, and I apologize for all of you that want answers when you're going up. As a body during public comment like that, our goal is to not answer. Our goal is to listen and provide answers to fact. I know it sounds crazy, but you get into this back and forth argument sometimes, and then no one else can speak. So I apologize if you're curious about that from a procedural element. I will tell you a lot about what I'm about to tell you. We agree to. We don't want to make some of these changes, but the state of California is mandating us, and so I'm sorry. The language on the flyer that you went out is pursuant to something called Prop 218, which sets forth in Prop 26 on how fees and charges are set in the state of California. It is regulatory in nature. This may be a surprise to all of you, but this is actually the first time we've sent out this notice for refuse increases, the very first time ever, which is why all of you are sitting here tonight. This, however, is not the first time we've discussed 1383 implementation at the city council level. In fact, this is our 5th public meeting on this specific topic where we did talk about estimated cost increases. We actually invited the state of California in to have a conversation with us about why these mandates were going well. I don't know if that went very well for the state or if they were happy about the comments that they received, but it was a pretty robust discussion that we had with them. One of the challenges we had, and I believe that meeting was when we were on Zoom communications, it was entirely virtual and the state participated. We actually had quite a few participants that came out. Athens has services with the bins, and we understand that the 96-gallon trash cans are normal. With the 9 bins you currently get, the 96-gallon trash bins actually equate to a little more than you normally get. If Athens didn't sometimes look the other way when they picked up, households with 30 bins out front of their house. So I see Gary in the audience, and he can explain some of those items as well. But Athens has been a great partner to the city. And in fact, if you look at other cities surrounding us that even have Athens services, your bills are cheaper than theirs. Our commercial rates are cheaper from Waste Management and other companies as well. So it's important to know that it was bid out, this service. They're being impacted as well in their operational standpoint. We understand that some of these bins are large, and we understand that some of you have hard homes to get to, especially in the foothills. Athens provides services where they will actually bring out the bins to the curb for you, for those individuals who cannot do that. And we'll go over that process. We'll ask them to go through with it. We also have some areas in town which are really difficult to get to. As part and parcel to all of this, behind the scenes, staff has been meeting with Athens on a weekly basis. And I see Ashley there, and she can probably describe that process, where we're actually going to go over 157 or 160 locations that are difficult to get to, where your trash service will not change at all because it is prohibitively difficult to get to your area. So there will be no changes there. So we will write you a letter and explain that to you. Let me go through some of these other items. And to the individual who said they were almost 80 years old, sir, I hope I look like you, and I'm almost 80 years old and have that same attitude. I actually wrote that in my notes as I was going through here. For the extra bin, it's $5 for one extra bin a month extra, and it's $8 for every bin thereafter. We do ask, though, that you contact Athens and understand the volume of trash that you have first before you make that commitment. We've actually been at every public event we've had over the past several months, showing the size of the bins, trying to provide information. Information is available in multiple languages as well. Going through some of those historical increases, CPI, I think we've covered all those, and I'm sure the council's written down. Oh, in the upcoming edition of the Glendora report, and has been in previous Glendora reports that goes to every single address in the city, has been this topic on multiple occasions. We've actually shared this citywide, and where you can go to find information on the city's website as well, cityofglendora.org/waste containers. You can have additional information and easy to watch videos as well. We've published it on Facebook and social media and other areas, both print media and through social media. So if it didn't get to you, our apologies. We'll ensure that the accurate information is there. Mayor, would it be okay if Athens came up and maybe covered some items? that we
Yes,
didn't
because
cover
there
and-
were some questions that I was going to ask them to
Perfect.
address. So Ashley or Gary, whichever one. Okay, good. Then you can see who gets the short straw. I know that you had addressed this in our last public meeting, that you'd been asked about jobs and whether or not people would be losing any jobs. So if you could touch on that. Also, remind folks that if they live in areas where they have bears that like to avail themselves of the trash cans, there's that option. And then about the trees, if they have multiple green waste. So those are just a few, and then I'll come back to you.
All right, well, I'll start off with those. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the community. My name is Ashley Rosati, and I'm the Director of Government Affairs at Athens Services. With me tonight, we have Executive Vice President Gary Clifford and Vice President of Government Affairs Brian Jones, who are here as well. I just wanted to say it was a privilege to host you and some community members at the facilities that we had last week. So thank you so much for coming to kind of see all that goes into it. So jobs, this is actually not going to impact our drivers or the helpers that you see assisting them. It's actually an opportunity for promotion. So several of the helpers have been escalated into a continued education route to be able to obtain their driver's license, their Class A and their Class B. So it's actually an opportunity for growth and for them to continue to grow within our organization. Sorry, what was the next question?
The next
The bear
question
barrels.
was
Thank you.
about the bear cans and then about trees.
Yes, so we do have bear barrels because we are aware that you are in the Foothill community. And so we do have those that are resistant to the bears. And so we can provide those upon request to any resident that does need them. And then excess trees, you would just need to continue to bundle them, which I heard some folks were already doing. So thank you for taking that step. And then you would just call it in as a bulky item pickup, and we would go ahead and schedule that on your next service day for collection.
And many folks had asked about whether or not they could choose different sizes of cans because they had seen that promoted different places. So if you want to address that.
Sure. So we do offer a variety of sizes. The three sizes are the 32 gallon, a 65 gallon, and a 96 gallon. So the 96 gallon is what is going to be automatically deployed as standard service. And as the city manager stated, 3 of your current ones are equal to 1 of those 96 gallon containers.
And also the question had been asked is, what if someone's already doing their own composting? How would this impact them?
Well, I would say that that's a great start. We appreciate that, but I'm gonna go ahead and let Gary answer that.
If the city allows them to do that at the quantity that we're going to do, more power to them, but they can continue to do their backyard composting all they want. And I even think we offer backyard composting containers. Madam Mayor, if I could, my name is Gary Clifford. I've been a Glendora resident for over 40 years, and I was here even before Athens was here. And I just want to say that I understand and represent and appreciate everybody that's here tonight. And it's a hard change for me and my family and everyone else, all the Cliffords too. But I can tell you that this service is going to be better for the community, better for the environment, more reduced than other cities are going to get. And I heard a lot of misinformation, and I don't blame you for that, because that was a very difficult legal letter. Tonight isn't about whether or not the service is going to happen. It's about whether or not there's going to be, I think, 4,000 to 7,000 people protesting the rate. And it doesn't look like there is. So that's a good thing. But I want you to know that what the services that you're getting will exceed what you're paying for in the marketplace. And I can only tell you that you're not losing. We, as Glendorans, we have people that put 30 trash cans out. They're not supposed to. We pick them up. And that's just because I live here and I don't want to have a problem when I get home. But the good part of that if you're going to put more out, great, just once in a while, bundle it up, give us a call. Or we're eventually going to have an app for you too, but just give us a call and we're still going to pick it up. So you're not losing your bulky service. Nobody's losing their job. It's still going to be competitive. You're going to have some brand new equipment in town. You're going to be doing great recycling. And just as a note, our state assembly just floated a new law out here again that's going to get rid of the transformation to energy, which who would have thought that ever was going to happen? But 10% of the waste we pick up in this city, we take to an energy transformation plant, we burn it, and we make energy and send it back to the cities to use. Well, the state said they don't want to do that anymore. So the good news is the new programs we're putting in place in Glendora will replace that 10% transformation, and you won't take a dip, which is great news. But there's so many nuances. I'm proud of all my Glendorans that came out tonight, but I told my wife, I was in Palos Verdes Estates for another meeting. It got over early, so I drove 55 from PVE to here to make it. But I told her I wouldn't come home tonight till all my Glendorans were satisfied. So that's why I'm here. And I think, did we have any other questions?
Well, and I believe that you were on the dais, as was I, when this discussion happened before about automated cans, as was mentioned tonight, and Glendora residents said, no, they didn't want them. And at that time, we had the luxury to say, okay, no. But now we do not have that luxury, that as legislation has changed, now we have to make that move, even though it is an unfamiliar one. But one of the questions that people had asked is just trying to comprehend some of the waste issue. So maybe explanation of the food waste and what could be put in and what can't, and how there will be some additional education coming out to explain that.
You know, thank you, Madam Davis. And yes, my picture's up on the wall up there. Thank you for reminding me of that. It was great to serve with you, but it's in the post office.
It's also in black and white.
I
so.
also, yes, thank you. It's in black and white as my hair is white. I want you to know that I heard talk about plastic bags and white. If you need to use a white bag, you can use a white bag. Nobody's going to get mad. We have a job called bag breaker, and they break the bag open before the food is liberated with the rest of the product. But I want you to know that you can use plastic bags, which other companies don't allow you to do. But everything that's organic is now going to come out of your trash barrel and go in with the green waste barrel. So it's food scraps, pizza boxes that have pizza stains on them. Anything that you do that has food related product, organic, even soiled paper can go in with that green waste. That's what it's going to do. Everything else will go in your recycle barrel that's recyclable, and everything left will go into your trash barrel. The nice thing about Athens is that somebody talked about mixed waste processing and source separating. You know, I believe the science is the best, and so mixed waste processing works the best. But Athens is going to do all of it. We're going to recycle what's in your organic barrel. We're going to recycle what's in your blue barrel. We're going to dump what's in your black barrel on the ground. And if there's something recyclable in it before it goes to the dump, we're going to pull that out too. So, you know, we're going to try to do the best of both worlds. It's hard, you know, Glendorans, is it hard to change in Glendora? Absolutely. It's hard. We're hard to change, man. You know, we're real hard. I remember when the woodshed and all the things that were on Lone Hill and Route 66, it was hard on us, but this is a change for the better. Your city staff really negotiated a good deal. It wasn't the deal that I started with. They worked very hard in making changes for Glendorans. So again, after this, I'll be available out in the little outside area under the street light if you have any further questions. But I think we've answered all the ones you had tonight, at least. Oh,
Excuse me, Mayor, if I can, just one. I think someone mentioned earlier that they received a bill and some of the increases were already there. So
yeah, I could explain that.
Tell
them what happened. Tell them the truth, Mr. City Manager.
Well, I got a bill too.
Tell them the truth, Mr. Athens.
So I got a bill too, and I asked the same question of what happened. And so did a couple council members, including the one to my left here. And so called Gary and called Ryan and called Ashley and said, can you help me explain this? Because before people come down and ask those questions. So the fact of the matter is we make mistakes sometimes, and Athens agreed that so the increase that you got will be credited back except for the month of November pending the increase here this evening. We mailed out 14,000 some odd letters. The protest required is over 7,000. I think we're about 50 or so protests this evening. So you will receive a revised notice. It'll explain the credit on your bill that you will get back, and it'll talk about the 1 month for November. So we apologize for that confusion. in talking with Gary, they said we'll address it immediately. So I apologize for that and we'll fix that for you.
I got a bill too.
And also another question that was asked was about mobile home parks and how accommodating the size there.
Thank
So
you,
can you
Madam
address
Mayor.
that?
We have recycling coordinators that are going to visit every customer that needs a visit. So whether it's a commercial customer, a multifamily, which most of the mobile homes are, any of those that require us to come out and look, hard to handle areas, we will physically come out. We won't do it over the phone. We'll come out, we'll view it, we'll make sure they're right size, that the containers fit the enclosures or whatever needs to be done, and we'll handle that individually.
Now, just, will that be by request or will?
Yes, that'll be by request.
Okay, so
and-
people will need to call to request somebody to come out.
And they will. I mean, there's some hard to handle streets that, you can't fit all this stuff in. We'll continue doing what we're doing and just make sure that by 2036, the barrels are the right color or whatever has to happen. But we're going to take care of our Glendorans. We're going to make sure everybody's happy and individual. Ashley and her team will handle each one of these cases individually.
The public comment time is over,
I'll take
but
it.
if you have a question, they could answer it for you out there.
I just got a quick question. I think that about 90% of us forget the barrels now. Forget the barrels. Say I got a couch.
Okay.
How many
Yeah.
bundles of branches could I put with it?
No, just put,
No, it used to have three.
Yeah,
both the
put the
items.
couch out. If you have a couch, if you have up to 5 items, put them out.
So I can have five,
Yeah.
4 bundles
Yeah.
of branches.
Sure.
And one couch.
Yes.
That's it?
Yep.
That's all I wanted?
Yep, there you go.
But you have to call though, right?
But you have to call us. Don't just put it out.
Oh, you gotta call.
Yeah, you got to call us now so we can route that day. No, the next, on your service day. But
And
I'll
they'll
take
be
any
happy
other-
to
okay.
answer any further questions out
Outside,
in
I'll let them do their business. We'll go outside and do business, okay? Thank
All
you.
right, and I'm going to invite my colleagues if they have any questions. Mayor Pro Tem, I see you turning on your
Yeah,
mic
I'm
there.
turning
Go
the
for
light
it.
on here. I tried to write down as many of these, so I would like to make sure they all get covered. There was a question about, are we going to be seeing 3 separate trucks, one picking up the trash, one picking up the recycle, and one picking up the?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Senior discount comes up a lot.
That's okay. And we will help our seniors every way we can. They have the trash, the same amount of trash. There isn't a senior discount, but there are other programs for seniors like rollout or assistance. And if they call Ashley and our team, we'll come out and visit them and try to right size them.
Okay, the question about the different size of cans, are the cost is going to be the same regardless of the size of cans?
Yes.
Just wanted to clarify that. And the other question that came up, I want to make sure Mr. Daniel's not going to receive a W-2 for the extra work that he's doing.
No.
Okay, just to be sure. And then especially people that we still have some farm animals and things like that in town. And so manure is an issue. Could you address the way manure will be handled?
Well, right now, if you have manure, we have an organic recycling facility, so manure may or may not be able to be placed in the green barrel, but you could put it either in the black barrel or the green barrel. It'll be taken out. But if you have manure of size, you need to contact us and get a bin, not a barrel. And we'll do that again. They just call us up. If they have manure today, or they had it last week, they're still gonna have it, and all they have to do is give us a call. I don't know how it's being put out in their current situation, but like at Corral 35, is that what it's called? They have a bin. So we'll handle that individually also.
And then the
Might
last
smell
question
better
that
than
I
your
didn't,
Murph.
Yeah.
It didn't smell that bad.
the last question I didn't hear answered yet is a number of people mentioned the fact that they're concerned about maggots and insects and things like that in the organics waste.
Those critters are in their black barrel already because it's not new stuff. Realistically, people should realize they're not supposed to be putting organic waste down their garbage disposal. That's really not what the LA County Sanitation District wants you to do in the sewer system. So right now, people are putting it in their trash and they're going to be moving it to their green barrel. And my argument would be that what's in that green barrel scientifically will be better for those critters than what are in the black barrel. And you'll see less of them, not more.
Okay, I appreciate it. That's all I had.
Mr. Friedendahl.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And for the public, I want to emphasize a couple of things. One, I'm very contemptuous of the people in Sacramento and this forced mandate, okay? Have been a long time. I am, however, very pleased that we partner with Athens because we're miles ahead and they are years ahead, I assure you, of the competitors around us. Tons, okay? I get it on the price of vehicles and things, and they'll share with you, but these new trucks are $750,000 each. You don't write that cost off in a minute. So there's some time there. Just understand, we're a lot better than we might have been if we lived in San Dimas, for example, and some of those other companies are mentioned. We're in good shape. I think they're doing us a good job. And please understand, the rate increase isn't because of the enforcement of Senate Bill 1383 at all. The rate increase is going to happen anyway in June as part of the annual CPI increase. They postponed it till November to go with our rollout of the new service to not have a double service impact. So they've done us that favor. Do we like change? No. Do we like the new cans? Maybe, maybe not. You know, you hear all the audio, and I was very vocal 30 years ago at the meeting in the Bidwell, helped prevail. They were trying to restrict our volume then. They're not trying to restrict us today. They're just changing how we give it to them. So again, it's not the city doing this. It's not Athens doing this. It's we are forced to comply with the mandate by the state of California, our state. We're the only state doing this, I believe. Yes. Again, Sacramento. So again, thank you for the partnership. I know that they're looking forward to the rollout, the education process to tell us how to treat our trash. It'll get better. It'll get easier. There's all kinds of things. I'm getting old too. I know Mr. DeBacco well. Didn't know you're 80. That's pretty good. We'll figure it out. Okay. In worst case, get a neighbor kid. He can read all the gizmos and tell you how to do it. So it'll all be okay. So thank you.
And speaking of gizmos, I believe the trash cans have a barcode on them that if you scan it, could also answer some of the questions as to what goes in those.
That is correct.
Madam Mayor, I was just going to add that once we start getting into the official transition phase, there is going to be education and outreach that is coming to you that I've been meeting weekly with the city, specifically Andrea, who's been doing a great job in making sure that we are speaking and educating the residents on what will go where, when the timing of things will be delivered, so they can anticipate a robust outreach as well.
Thank you. Mr. Alawas.
Thank you, Mayor. And actually, you want to talk about the new job opportunities for Live Flippers?
Are they still open? Are we still looking for? Yeah, so we'll have lid flippers as required under the reporting for 1383. We're not spying on anyone by any means, but it is just to make sure that we are getting a clean stream free from contamination when we do have to report what is going into Glendora's overall waste stream.
Thank you for that. Since Adam's gone, Bill, you get to answer this question. There was a question that was asked, what if we don't pass this, or what if we postpone this? What will happen to us? Will the county take it over, or what? It has to be done by January, I believe.
The answer is the state will come after us. So I understand that people think that the notice didn't provide adequate information. I think, as Gary appropriately pointed out, the hearing tonight is not on how many cans you're going to get, how much trash will be picked up, how Athens will pick that trash up for you, how you call it all in, how they're going to give you all this customized service. That's all going to come as a part of the information campaign when the whole system is rolled out. Tonight was a one-issue night. State law says that this fee that's being imposed on you is arguably a property-related fee, and therefore you're effectively voting on whether you will allow this property-oriented or property-based fee to be imposed upon you. So everything that was sent to you in the legal notice told you one thing and one thing only. It didn't tell you how many cans you were going to get. It didn't tell you how the system was going to be rolled out. It said, this is what you're going to pay for this service. Do you want to pay that or don't you want to pay that? And you have the right to vote in writing. Contrary to what was read earlier, the notice actually says you appear in person and submit in writing. I've got the notice right here. You can come and read it. I'll be happy to read it to you. So that's what this notice was all about tonight.
Thank you for that, Bill. And Gary, maybe you can answer this because you know your marketplace. We're one of the last cities to do this, are we not, in the area?
You're one of the last Athens cities, but the other haulers have not, they're not forward thinking on this. So you're not one of the last cities in this region, but you're one of the last Athens cities. That is correct.
That's because our staff really.
That's
knuckled
because
down.
your staff has worked diligently in making sure that they dotted all the i's and crossed every t and put an exclamation after the A in Glendora. Yes.
So Allison, this question is for you. For the folks out there that want information on this that they can't seem to find either on the website or was mailed out to them, who should they call for information for Athens and this whole process if they need questions answered?
I could.
I would imagine this is under your directorship.
Well, yes, they can call the regular Public Works phone number, which is 626-914-8246. And Andrea Ampig, it'll be directed to her and she can assist them.
And we have all this information on our website, size of the trash cans and all of that, all the requirements.
Sorry, I'll jump in. Yes, we did. We do have all of this on our website, and we actually created a new web page recently that's specific to the new 3-barrel system. So all of the information that we'll be sending out to the residents soon will also, actually it's already on there. A lot of it's already on there. So through the environmental services page on the city website.
So are there any grace periods involved? Is January the hard date, or is there a grace period beyond that to implement this?
So it's actually going to be kind of a year-long implementation. So we won't be penalizing like anyone for that. It's going to be a learning process, and the state knew that going into it. So people may get like tags that says that there's contamination in their containers, but it's just going to be a learning process from that. So no one will get financially penalized.
But after a year, that may occur.
Correct.
And on the QR codes that are going to be on the trash can, can you explain that a little bit more for the audience?
Sure. So like we experienced going to many restaurants, we'll have a little QR code that you can take your phone and scan it. And if you're not sure what container your banana peel goes in, it'll take you to our What Goes Where guide. And you can say, where does my banana peel go? And it'll tell you it's organic material and you can put it in the green.
So the bears can have a QR code and go check it out and see which barrel they want.
I forgot that the bears in Glendora are very sophisticated, so they might help you source separate though. It could be a good thing.
Afraid of that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And Mr.
Well, I won't say much because as Adam said, this is, I think, the 5th or 6th time that we've talked about this. I want to say thank you to each one of you for coming out. This is a really important thing. None of us like change. My wife and I and our kids have lived here for 35 years, and frankly, we have been spoiled. My son lives in another city east of here, and sometimes he thinks he can drop his bulky item stuff off at my house because that city doesn't take it. And Gary, I must confess in front of you and God that he has done that, but only a couple times. So I do appreciate each and every one of you. And believe me, when we had the state on, I gave them a piece of my mind, and I won't repeat what I said here, but it is hard. It is tough, but Athens is a good group of people to work with, and we are blessed to have them here.
And my wife and I are going to start to sort all of the vegetables. I understand now I'm, as you can tell, I'm not much of a vegetable guy, but my lovely wife is. And so I'm going to learn to help her sort things and make sure it's right. But everything has been asked, and I appreciate the team here going outside and answering whatever else is, left. And we're going to make the best of, this. And Madam Mayor, thank you. That's all I have.
While everyone else will be receiving a credit on their next bill, you will not, for all of those additional bulky items you brought from other cities.
I'm going to pass that on to my
Yes.
son. So.
Yes. No, one of the other pieces of this that tonight, obviously, we really haven't addressed is the commercial end of it. And Andrea's been doing a lot of work in education, as Athens has too, trying to help our commercial clients, because that's a whole nother piece of this puzzle. And what has happened as some of the food has been diverted and what's termed as food waste, many of the grocery stores, restaurants now have diverted that and is going to some of our food pantries and other places. So there are many other pieces to this legislation. So while there's the part that impacts us as residents, and it could be frustrating, there is also other pieces to this that is making an impact in people's lives. So hopefully, if you have further questions, that if you step outside, you'll be able to get those answered. If you reach out to staff this week, they'll be able to answer some of those questions. And as it's been shared, it's a learning curve and a learning process. There will be time for all of us to get used to this new way of doing this. And together we'll find our way through it. But hopefully, some of what the state was hoping in terms of reducing waste and caring for our environment, caring for our neighbors, will be a byproduct of some of these changes that we'll be enduring. So with that, unless there's any other questions by council, I will then ask the city clerk to conduct the tabulation of protest votes and announce the results.
Yes, the tabulation was completed. There was a total of 51 testimony that was received, of which 47 were verified protest votes, 4 were unverified, which leaves 0.34% that was received, which did not meet the required majority protest. The city has now met each requirement of Proposition 218 and applicable laws associated with respect to the proposed assessment. Since no majority protest exists, staff requests a motion from the city council to adopt the proposed refuse rate as they were noticed to all residents, ratepayers, by adopting City Council Resolution CC 2022-54, entitled "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Glendora to approve a residential and commercial waste, solid waste refuse collection charges and new rates for following Proposition 218 noticed majority protest hearing."
Thank you very much. All right, I'll bring it back to the council then.
None of us want to make this motion.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, and I'll second it. Thank you, David.
Thank you. We can use the voting client for that. I will do a roll call vote. That is a motion by Councilmember Friedendahl, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyer, correct?
Correct.
Oh, they're on special meeting. I'm going to do a roll call vote. Councilmember Alawas,
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes.
And that passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you again to all of you who came out tonight. And again, we would encourage you, if you have further questions, to reach out to our staff, to reach out to Athens, and we'll try to continue to answer those questions for you. Okay, that takes us to a consent calendar. Items 5 through 10 can be approved through one motion unless anyone wishes to pull any of those items.
I move consent items 5 through 10.
Second.
Let's.
If we can just
clear
hold
the
on one
audience
second.
first.
Yeah, we'll wait just a moment to allow folks to
So how do I
make their
get
way.
off of this?
Thank you.
Not doing it either. Wait, what do you want to do?
Well, I want to get to my, so I can second.
It's not popping up. His voting system's not working. Neither is mine.
You know how you second it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
none of us.
Doesn't come.
Okay, then let us go ahead and proceed with the roll call vote on the consent calendar, items 5 through 10.
Yeah, it's completely gone. Jeez, it's on.
We're having some technical difficulties with the voting system. So from this point forward, we're just going to move forward with oral roll call votes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
You break it.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the motion in second so that I can write that down?
I moved it. I moved items 5 through 10.
Thompson, second.
Thank you. That's a motion by Councilmember Alawas, second by Councilmember Thompson. I'll take a roll call vote. Councilmember Alawas,
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes.
And that passes 5-0. Thank you.
And where were
Great,
you
thank
guys
you.
with the previous motion?
You
Very
stepped up.
quiet at that end of the
Stepped up.
dais.
Yeah.
All right, and now that takes us to member agenda items, which we have none, unfinished business items, which we have none. That takes us to new business. Item 11, approval of alternative commute program policy update. And tonight, management analyst Vanessa Michael to report. Welcome.
Hello, good evening. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I am going to be giving a presentation on the AltCom program policy update. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So just a little bit of background. AltCom program stands for the Alternative Commute Program, which rewards employees for alternative forms of commuting, such as biking, walking, using electric vehicles and carpooling. And the funding is provided by the Air Quality Management District through AB 2766. So they give money to local jurisdictions. And their goal is to reduce traffic congestion and improve air quality, which is what we're trying to do as well. So staff sent out next slide, please. Sorry. Staff sent out a survey early 2022 to gain feedback and suggestions for program improvement, to which many employees are not taking advantage of AltCom. We currently have 34 users based on a 2021 earnings analysis report. So 34 total AltCom participants, which it's a core group of AltCom users. And those in AltCom mostly participate an average of 3+ times a week. So in 2021, there was 2,226 times that that employees had AltCommed. Next slide, please. Participants and non-participants both agreed that higher daily incentives would encourage more participation and registration. Modal benefits and increased quarterly drawings were also very popular with respondents. Next slide, please. Next steps would be that staff is proposing to update the program by increasing all cash incentives by $1, including up to a $300 subsidy for e-mobility devices such as like electric bikes or electric scooters, and then to also add more winners to the quarterly lottery drawings. Next slide, please. The funding would again come from the AQMD AB 2766. And we receive about $66,000 annually from that fund. And the new program updates would just increase the allotted $10,000 AltCom fund to $14,000. So we would just add $4,000 of new funding to the program.
All right, very good. Thank you. Councilmember Thompson.
The only thing that I would ask is, out of our staff, what is the number that could engage in this? I mean, if you live out in Riverside, you're probably not going to ride your, e-bike here.
No.
So,
Yeah.
so what is a participant pool?
So currently 34 users, our core group. I don't have a definite number of,
But could that be expanded?
oh, definitely. Oh,
Okay.
yes.
So what's your best guess? I mean, are there 100 people?
Oh, gosh.
Or 200 people? or-
I would say, I don't know. What do you think?
I
I invite Stephen to also
what I'm trying to do is
assist in
just,
questions.
just kind of get my head out, I mean, I'm going to support this, right?
Mhm.
But I'm just trying to, just, I mean,
we're
for
hoping
70
to-
grand, I mean, how much are we going to spend? I mean,
Well, so
what's the math?
So the math is that we took so from 2021, there was an earnings analysis report. And from that report, so based on the hours that people had alt-commed, the earnings came out to about $4,200 of the allotted $10,000 for the program.
Yeah.
And so doing the calculations of, let's say we increased everything by the dollar amount, the new earnings would total about $6,400. And then we also do the quarterly lottery. So if we increase the quarterly lottery as well to include more cash prizes, that would come out to $6,000. So the new total of the Allcom program would instead of, it would be about $12,400, which is why we are requesting to increase the budget by 4,000. So to also kind of have a cushion amount just in case we anticipate more participants and users and participation.
And we're doing this to clean up the air and
And to encourage employees to
encourage
use-
staff to
Mhm.
get out of
Alternative
their car
forms.
maybe and
Yeah.
use more efficient. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Thanks.
Councilmember Alawas.
This is open to city council. I'd love to see Mendel on a bike.
I do have a bike.
Really?
That's
Do you use it?
I do some.
Oh, okay.
Not as much as Stephen.
Just as for clarification, on page 464 of our staff report, it says 100% of the funding is coming from AQMD, of which it's from the AB 2766 DMV fees. It says a portion of. Does that mean a portion of the DMV fees are funding this entire thing, or is it a portion of those fees are being used and backfilled by other fees?
a portion of vehicle registration fees for AQMD. So I believe, and if Stephen wants to, oh, okay, there you go.
So yeah, when you register your car, there's a $7 fee that comes with it. That's where this comes from. That goes to the AQMD and then it's sent back to cities on a population basis. So that's where the funding comes from.
Okay. I just would want to be clear the way it was worded. How is this monitored for compliance? Is it the honor system or?
Kind of, okay, so it's the honor system as well as it's monitored through payroll. So every paycheck, employees will mark the days that they quote unquote alt-commed. So that's how it's monitored. And then those that request like a public transit reimbursement or those that bike, they would also submit a alt-com reimbursement sheet to me, the transportation coordinator of the program. But it's mostly based on an honor system.
So when they get their incentives and rebates, that goes on to their paycheck?
Yes, it's taxable.
It is taxable.
Mhm.
Okay. And has this last question for you. Has the
Mhm.
city partner with any outlets to get volume pricing if people want the e-scooters or e-bikes?
We haven't gotten any volume pricing. We've just suggested local bike shops to purchase from. But that's definitely something that we can look into and get a quote for.
Any idea how that would work? Because we just passed our purchasing ordinance. They give a 5%, I guess, advantage to local businesses.
I would have to look into that. Yeah. Sorry.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember.
No questions. Thank you very much. Very good.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer.
No questions, but I do want to make sure Mendel knows I did walk to the meeting tonight and I'll be walking home afterwards. So I am an alt-comer. You are? Yes, I am.
Well, along those lines, I would like to recommend that if you pedal your own bicycle and don't use an electric bicycle, what is that? No, that you actually pedal yourself, that you get an extra $1 per mile. Yeah, no, but thank you very much for doing this. So with that, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move item 11.
I'll second.
Thank you. That is a motion by Councilmember Alawas, a second by Councilmember Friedendahl. I'm going to try to open this. Nope, I'll take a roll call. Councilmember Alawas?
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl?
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes.
That passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. All right, that takes us to item 12, adoption of a city council resolution establishing and funding a section 115 trust for post-employment benefits. And welcome. This is the time of night that we need some stand-up comedy. So welcome, Kyle. We're looking forward to it.
All right. Well, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. The item before you tonight is the establishment of a Section 115 trust and the approval of the related benefits management policy. Next slide, please. So tonight we'll be going over the post-employment benefits that the city provides, the city's current approach to managing post-employment benefits, the policy components, selecting PARS as the Section 115 trust provider, and the steps that will be taken after the action tonight. Next slide, please. I'm going to start using that in regular conversations too. I'm just going to say next slide, please, whenever I want to move on to the next topic. So the city provides its full-time employees with pension and makes contributions towards employees' health benefits after retirement. For the health benefits, that's up to age 65 until Medicare kicks in. For OPEB, that's the medical term or the terminology, the finance terminology that we use for those medical benefits, other post-employment benefits. Both the pension and OPEB benefits create a liability for the city as employees accumulate years of service with the city. So right now, as of June 30, 2021, our OPEB liability is $12 million. We're currently working with our actuary for our June 30, 2022 audit, and we'll get an updated number. And then for pension, PERS had a 6.1% loss as of June 30, 2022. So even though right now we are currently superfunded, Mitch Barker is here from PARS. We were talking about all this stuff leading up to the meeting tonight. So looked at our actuarial reports. We are around 108% funded based on the latest actuarial reports. But with that loss, did use the CalPERS pension outlook tool, and as of the fiscal year 2025, we could see a unfunded liability in the amount around the amount of $11 million across all our plans. So, but that would still be over 90% funded at that point. But that's why we're here tonight, to continue the city's active approach in mitigating past and future pension and OPEB liabilities. All right, next slide, please. So here's a slide with the history of the city's past active or actions taken to actively address pension liabilities. The city has issued pension obligation bonds twice over now with positive results. So once in 2009, when the CalPERS pooled the city's safety plans, and then again in 2019 for the whole classic liability, resulting in a total net savings of 24 million. And in 2012, the city established a second tier of benefits for both miscellaneous and safety. And then again, in 2019, the general fund reserve policy was updated to allow 30% of the general fund budgetary savings to be placed in a pension stabilization fund, which is projected to be around $7 million. So next slide, please. So in the post-employment benefits management policy, the objectives of the policy are to demonstrate prudent financial management practices, long-term strategic thinking, help in making annual budget decisions, reassure bond rating agencies. And this one's important as we are coming up on completing a lot of infrastructure assessments and studies. And we'll see what level of investment is needed to maintain the city's infrastructure. So that'll be a positive there if we need to evaluate what the cost of borrowing may be. And then also to demonstrate to employees and the public how pension and OPEB will be funded in the future. Next slide, please. So these, the objectives will be achieved using the following actions: establish a Section 115 trust. That's why we're here tonight. Make the annual prepayment of the CalPERS UAL, done, check that box. We do that every year. Usage of available budgetary savings after the following adopted budget fund balance reserve policies, again, done. We do that every year. And we'll do it additionally with considering OPEB within the guidelines of our policy. Use one-time revenues or settlements as they become available, and then evaluate reallocations of maturing general fund debt obligations or savings from refinancing. That one I feel is a mouthful, but basically when we have a debt obligation that matures and we no longer have to pay, we'll look at what amount that was and decide if we want to continue to budget that amount, but just as a contribution into the Section 115 trust or any other way towards unfunded liabilities. Next slide, please. So as we mentioned, the city has issued pension obligation bonds in the past. So, but the pension obligation bonds are past problem solving tool, where the Section 115 trust is a future problem solving tool. So one of the things that Mitch and I talked about were other cities that use the Section 115 trust. And one of those examples was a city that had 100% reserve and 100% funded, but still wanted to set up the trust for the pension, because you can use that trust to also pay normal ongoing costs. So whether we do that or not, it just shows it that we can use, you know, if we're that funded and we have the assets available, you know, we can use the interest earnings on that, on those, from the trust to continue to pay normal costs as well. And just the high level here is that the trusts help us to mitigate the variability in our ongoing contributions toward the pension and OPEB liabilities. Next slide, please. So mitigation is the key word of this presentation. So it's where the Section 115 trust mitigates pension, helps us mitigate unfunded pension and OPEB liabilities, smooths our annual cash flows. As I mentioned, they could be used for normal costs. They could be used in a bad year. You know, recession has been thrown around a lot recently in the news. So we could go to that, our trust, if we needed to, in a pinch, to pay our pension and OPEB costs in any given year. It's irrevocable, so it must be used for pension or OPEB once we put the money in the trusts. And the trusts allow us to invest in higher yielding instruments outside of what our investment policy and what the state allows us to invest in. It's unique in that nature. And many of the surrounding cities have established PARS Section 115 trusts in the area, as listed at the bottom of the slide. Next slide, please. All right, so we evaluated two different options. We evaluated PARS and CalPERS for Section 115 trust, both pension and OPEB. The result of the analysis was that PARS is the better choice for the city of Glendora. One, because anticipated returns based on past performance is greater than CalPERS. There's potential for reduced fees as the value of the assets grow in the trust. And it also allows us to diversify from CalPERS, so we don't have all our pension eggs in one CalPERS basket. It also allows, it's also a simpler establishment process. We can adopt one 115 combination trust for both OPEB and pension, while CalPERS has two separate trusts and two separate fee models. Next slide, please. So these are the next steps. So after the tonight, we would send the resolution on to PARS, who would then give us more documentation to sign to establish the trust. We would meet with PARS and Highmark Capital, which is the investment management firm, to discuss investment options and the strategy. And then we would get the information we need to make a contribution, which right now we'll be returning at mid-year. So to include the budget for that contribution to the established trust. And then on an annual basis or more frequently, but ongoing reviews of investment options and strategy and performance will be completed with PARS and Highmark. Next slide, please. So the recommendation to City Council tonight is to adopt the resolution approving the PARS post-employment benefit trust, approve or adopt the management policy, and authorize the city manager as plan administrator and for him to execute all the necessary documents. That concludes my presentation. Mitch Barker from PARS and myself are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Friedendahl.
Thank you, Kyle. And I certainly appreciate and encourage the efforts to find means of working around PERS poor performance to traditionally. So great job there. And coming up a way to shore up our mitigation of the liabilities and to help that. So congratulations on well done, and I support this.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
No question, just appreciate the work put into this, and this is a great idea. I look forward to it. Thank you.
And the gentleman who salivates over financial numbers, Mr. Thompson.
Well, I do. And Kyle, you did a great job.
Thank you.
And we talked about this 2 or 3 years ago,
Mhm.
and I'm glad that we're finally doing it. I think the bullet points on your 5th slide are really the key ones. And I don't need to say what those are, but we are going to borrow at some time again. And I think that those points really, are, key here. And I do appreciate, as has been said, that we are going with PARS. I think that's just a good thing for risk and, management of that. And I think that Adam has done a good job in answering all the questions that I had. So I support this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Alawas.
Thank you for your presentation, Kyle. I've got a few questions. How much are we going to be funding in the
115 trust?
Is it 7 million or 9 million?
So right now we have $1.5 million in the general fund as far as a reserve for OPEB. And then we have $7 million in the pension stabilization fund. So we could fund up to $8.5 million. We'll obviously look at our cash flow to make sure that we have that available, with investments or other investments maturing. With bringing it back in mid-year, that's when property tax comes in. So that will allow us to use some funding there potentially to put it in. I don't know that we'll go up to $8.5 million right off the bat. It may be over time, maybe we'll do 3 million or 2 million or somewhere in that range at mid-year. And then, we could, with the next 2-year budget, we'll adopt another amount to put another contribution in.
So when you open this trust up, you can open up with around $1 million or so, or?
We can establish it with zero. And the good thing about that is we don't start paying fees until we put any money in it. So.
Well, as Mendel mentioned, in 2017, we voted to open one up for about $200,000.
Yeah.
That didn't happen because of extenuating circumstances.
Yeah.
So, so you mentioned on there in one of your slides that that we can only use this. The restrictions are for pensions only. We can't use it once it's in there. We can't use it for anything else.
A pension and OPEB, so the medical benefits that the city pays to its employees after retirement. So no, you wouldn't be able to. I mean, we could, if we had something we needed to fund, we could use the trust to pay for the pension and OPEB benefits, and then use the money we maybe normally would have used in any given year to pay for that item that needed funding. But the money in the trust can only be used for pension and OPEB benefits.
Last question. You may not have this answer with you, but when they established the PARS, which would change from classic to the PARS, when does that start kicking in for the city as far as savings?
So So when you establish the section 115 trust?
No, as
So,
far as retirement, as far as.
okay, so like the different tiered retirement options that we have? Okay, yeah. So, yeah, we've got, the city currently has three, right? We have the classic tier one, which are your employers, I think, hired before 2016 or 2012, 2013. And then we have your classic tier two, which I'm in that group. And then we have Pepra. So we've started to see some savings currently. We have a decent group, I think, in the Police Officers Association and that bargaining group that are Pepra members. And I know a decent group, and at least specifically in finance, there are Pepra members as well. So we're starting to see that savings. And Pepra is significant because it splits the cost with the employers in half, where for the classic members, it's capped at either 7, 8, or 9%, depending on whether you're miscellaneous or safety. But so we've started to see it. I don't have a specific number to quote off the top of my head.
But you're starting to see the
yeah.
positive effects.
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, I will entertain a motion.
I'll move items 1 through 3 on this item.
Second. Second. Sorry about that. I lost my voice there for a moment.
Sorry, that's a motion by Councilmember Alawas, a second by Councilmember Thompson. I'm going to take a roll call vote. Councilmember Alawas,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl,
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes.
That carries 5-0. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Kyle. All right, that takes us to item 13, 2022 holiday season and discussion of cancellation or possible rescheduling of city council regular joint meetings. And tonight to report on that, City Clerk Specialist Lorena Cordova.
Good evening.
Welcome.
It's okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, I'm here to speak to you about the 2022 holiday season discussion cancellation of city council meetings. Due to upcoming holiday season and expected holiday leave by both the public and staff during this time period, a review of the holiday council meeting schedule is requested in order to provide direction on which, if any, council meetings should be canceled. So before you to the left is the current scheduled city council meetings, and to the right are the holiday schedules as well as the dates the city hall and city facilities observe and are closed. Staff is not recommending the cancellation of December 13th meeting as per resolution CC 2022-11. Staff will be agendizing the reorganization and or selection of mayor and mayor pro tem. At this time, staff does not anticipate significant impact or that 2 council meetings in the months of November and December would be required. If a business should arise of requiring immediate action, the city council has the ability to call a special meeting to address these items. So before you, we have 3 options for council to consider. Option 1, direct staff to cancel council meetings of November 22nd and December 27th of 2022. Option 2, direct staff to cancel city council meetings of November 22nd as it falls the same week of Thanksgiving holiday, or the meeting of December 27th as it falls on the same week between Christmas and New Year's holiday. Or option 3, take no action and conduct regularly city council meetings in November and December as scheduled. So our recommendation is to review and provide direction on what, if any, city council meeting should be canceled due to the holiday season. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Alawas.
So what do you want, Lorena?
I want option 1.
I'm in support of option 1.
Cool.
Mr. Thompson.
Yes, I think that has worked in years past, and I would support that.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I would like to discuss an option 4. And that would be, we have this discussion twice a year. Is there any reason why we could not create a regular schedule to include not having a meeting the second meeting of July and the first meeting of August, and not having a meeting the second meeting for November and the second meeting of December? So that would then become our regular schedule. And then should we need to have a meeting during those times, then we could have this discussion. I know it's not a lot of work, but it's extra work on staff. It's one more item we have to discuss twice a year. And we know unless there's extenuating circumstances, this is probably what we're going to do. So I'd like to discuss that option as well and to see if that's a possibility.
Just consolidate them. Just consolidate the four.
We'll just make it a regular a part of our schedule rather than having to vote on it all the
Regular
time.
schedule would eliminate those 4 meetings.
Can we make that part of a motion tonight, sir? Is that within the parameters? Okay, very good.
Seen on the record.
Were you going to say something, Mr. Raymond? Oh, okay. All right. Mr. Friedendall?
Well, I was going for option 1, and thanks for not canceling holidays. But I think option 4 is a perfect solution for long plan. So I would go with that.
So are you seconding Mayor
I'll
Pro
second
Tem's
that,
motion?
yes.
Okay, so then we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyer, a second by Councilmember Friedendahl to approve option 4, create regular schedule to include not having meetings, the second meeting in July and first meeting in August, and no meetings, the second meeting in November and December, point forward. I'm going to do a roll call vote. Councilmember Alawas.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl.
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer.
Yes.
And Mayor Davis.
Yes.
And that passes 5-0. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That brings us to the end of our agenda. Mr. Alawas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be holding a community event this Thursday at 6 o'clock opposite the Fairmount Cemetery for the La Colina, I guess, discussion with the developer, and city staff will be there to answer some questions since they've already now started the last phase on a northern track to finish that up, as well as some questions that the residents may have for the whole development. Thank you.
Mr. Thompson. Mr. Friedendahl.
To assist you, Mr. Alawas, the address would be 351 Shorey Drive. Use MapQuest or Google, not some other method, because you'll end up in the wrong place.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I just want to thank the residents of Glendora that came out tonight. A lot of times when you see large crowds at a council meeting, you expect some confrontations and some, heated discussion. And in Glendora, we have a real unique opportunity where we have the ability to have these conversations with our residents. They understand that we're doing the best we can under the circumstances that we have. So I just really appreciate the residents coming out tonight, and I think we all do. And that feedback is always important to us. So please share with us your opinions. We do take every comment serious. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Raymond.
Just a quick reminder, we have an antique streetlight ad hoc committee meeting this Thursday night. So we'll be meeting and discussing the potential re-energization of the historic streetlights, if that's the right word. So thank you very much.
Mr. Winder. Any other staff? Yes, Chief.
Just a reminder for everybody that next week, October 5th, I believe, from 7 to 8:30 in the morning is National Walk to School Day. So in the spirit of presentation tonight for AltCom, for alternative commuter, our pedestrians will be in mass on that day. So a lot of cops, a lot of police personnel providing crossings at intersections. So please drive slow, watch for kids, and be safe. Thank you.
And also, do you want to give a plug to Breast Cancer Awareness Month and pink patches and all that good stuff?
Good call. Yes, October Breast Cancer Awareness. We'll be selling our pink patches at the front counter of the police station for a donation. We make that annual drive each year. And all officers, if they so choose, can purchase the patch and wear the patch all month long. Donations we accept will go to cancer research as part of the larger LA County Breast Cancer Pink Patch Project. One other thing too, we will have a fundraiser, so check our social media site. It'll be a fundraiser at Spaghetti Eddie's where we will have a pink patch night selling things, challenge coins, patches from this year, last year, years previous, package deals, straight donations, the like. Come on out, great food, great event, lots of fun. And then finally, I'm sorry, I don't know the exact date. They're still finalizing it, but it will be in the month of October and it will be at Spaghetti Eddie's. They're working on that right now. So social media will put that out. And then finally, we're starting a new Citizens Academy. So if anybody has an interest in learning more about the police department, it's a great community awareness event where you can come and learn everything you want to know about city operations a little bit, and a lot of operations when it comes to the police department. Everything from demonstrations to hands-on activities to listening to pros and expert tips. So all sorts of good things. Did I cover all your things?
Yes, sir. And I was just going to remind everyone that our next council meeting will be a pink out night.
Yep.
So wear your pink and be ready to support.
Yeah, and if city staff wants any pink shirts, make sure you reach out to me. We still have those from last year for sale as well. Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. With that, we are adjourned at 9:47